In this video today, I'm going to show you how you can have a character that move around, that can jump and be animated, that can attack, that can have a camera that rotates around him and pan around, how you can also sprint when you are pressing a button, how you can collect items that you can display after that into your GUI. You can also lose life with a system of art, have a camera shake, and also when you lose your all your art, you're dying. And I'm also going to show you how to create a nested state machine inside the animation tree so you can have different state where you can have different animation that you can call through code. This long form video is part of a new format that I want to try on this channel, so if you like it, don't hesitate to give a like and subscribe. And you can also check my procedurally generated roguelike course that I've made on Udemy if you want to help me keeping making those kind of videos, because this is how I found my channel, because with the money that I'm making on YouTube, it's not with that I'm gonna live. This course is an attempt to condense a bit everything that I've learned so far, because it's been around 8 months that I'm toying a bit with like 3D, and I don't claim I know everything about 3D, but this is what I found that works for me, and I am like very happy to share that with you for free on this channel. So don't hesitate to give a like and share if you like it. I'm gonna also test something about the animation tree, because the animation tree, I was a bit fed up with the animation tree on average on how it works in Godot, and I found a new way to use it, notably by creating nested state machine inside that animation trees. So that's also something that I'm very happy to show you. Everything that I'm using or talking about in this video, asset, my course, or other things, have their link in the description of this video and probably in the pinned comment. And if you watch that in the future, if I'm making some change or if things have been updated, I will put that in the pinned comment of this video. The asset has been made by an artist that is called Quaternius. He's sharing his asset for free on his website. I'm showing you how to download that in the video in the setup section. And if you want to thank him, you can follow him on Twitter, and you can also potentially give him some money on Patreon if you feel like it. I think that's all. So without further ado, let's get started. So the first thing to do is to download Godot. So for that you go to godoengine.org, and then you go to download, and then you download the last version of Godot, which for me is Godot 4.2.2. You download this one, not the .NET, because we're not going to use C#, we're going to use GUI Script, which is the language of Godot. Once you have downloaded, but you just have to unzip it and open it, that's it. If you're on Mac, you have to make a a right click and click on open, because Apple is locking every application that is not coming from their official Apple Store or this kind of thing. So, but you can still open it, and there's no problems. But you just need to do right click, open, and then OK, and then right click, open, and then still opening or something like this, and it will work. So once you have that, what you need also to do is to get the asset. And so for that, I'm using one that is coming from an artist that is called Quaternius. And here you can see it on quaternius.com. I will leave the link in the description of this video. And he make a lot of free different assets. I encourage you to go to his Patreon and to give him money, because he's making a lot of free assets available for everyone. The one that I'm going to use is this one, the pirate kit, and I'm going to use also the ultimate kit. I think is this one, the space kit, because I'm just going to use some planet in it. So I'm showing you that because there's a little bit of a process to download it, so I'm going to show you. So I'm going to first open this one in new tab, and so here you can see we have the asset, and this is what we're gonna use in the game. So we have quite a lot of things, and what we need to do is we need to go here to download. You are not forced to like join Discord or support on Patreon. You can just click here on continue to the download, and it's gonna bring you to his Google Drive. And so here on his Google Drive, for downloading all of this, what you need to do is you need to go here. So on Pirate Kit November 2023, you have that little arrow, and you come here. I mean, it's in French, but like you, for example, it's going to be download. So here it's télécharger, it's download in French. So like you can click on this, and basically it's gonna start to compress the download. It takes a bit of time, so like no worries. And then when it's the case, it's gonna be able to download. So you can see that it takes quite some time. So that's why I want to show you that, because like maybe it can be like intimidating for people, but like that's completely normal. It's just on the Google Drive stuff. I don't know why it takes that much time for them to do so. Voila. And so now it is downloaded right here. So that's cool. So now we can close that. And you can also close here by that, clicking on that little cross. I can come here, no, voila. And then I can go here to Ultimate Space Kit and basically do the same thing. You can click here on download, continue to the download, and then here you do exactly the same things. And so here you can come here, you can download that, télécharger, up, enfin download for me. It's gonna compress. We're restarting, let's see. The first one didn't work for me, so this is working. So sometimes it doesn't work, but sometimes it works. That's why I was looking to show you that. So once you have that, basically you can go to your download, and so here it's for me, it's right there. And so what we can do here is like, I can go to my Pirate Kit, and I can go here, click on this folder here, I can click on extract, and I can choose a place somewhere on my folder. So for example, I can keep it in my download folder like this. I'm just gonna put this, I'm just gonna put 1 because I've already downloaded it. So like, I'm gonna create like a different folder, it extracts everything. It's a bit boring, but I prefer to just show you how to work because we're gonna make some modifications. So this one I can leave it open like this, and then I can come back there, and I can take this one here, and I can take this one here, Ultimate Space Kit, extract, and then we're gonna do the exact same thing here. So I'm gonna put 1, and so extract. And so here what I want to do basically is this. So I'm gonna create in this folder, for example, I'm gonna create, let's see, I'm gonna go to my desktop, and I'm gonna go to my 3D asset, and here I'm gonna create a new folder in my folder. So here I'm gonna come to folder, and I'm gonna say asset for YouTube, and I'm gonna just take what I want from that asset, because if you load everything, it's gonna take a long time in Godot to process all the files. So, and we don't need all of them, because basically I'm gonna show you. So here we have an environment, we have OBJ, FBX, GLTF, and blends. This is all the type of format that you have. OBJ is one of the most, it's one of the oldest format. It's not that great. FBX is a proprietary format that you need to download an extension for using in Godot, which is not what we're gonna do, because it's also like it's not great. The blend file, you can use them if you want to. You just need to like configure Blender into your Godot project. Me, what I want to do is like I want to use a GLTF file because that's the best. So what I'm gonna do here is that I'm gonna just take this file here, Control C, and I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna say I'm gonna click here, and I'm gonna say environment, and I'm gonna put those files right here, like that. So this is the GLTF file, that's good. Then I'm gonna go to character, and I'm gonna do the exact same thing. I'm gonna take the GLTF, and here I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna create a new folder, characters. And so here I'm just gonna get the GLTF2, and then I'm gonna go here to item, same thing, GLTF, Control C. And then here I can create another folder, new folder, up. And here I'm gonna just create my folder items, and I'm gonna put my GLTF here. And finally I have the vehicles. So this, I don't know if I'm gonna use them, but still something that I'm gonna take. So here, GLTF, I'm gonna put that here. Folder vehicles, something like this. Voila. And so now that we have done that, I can go also to, I can take those atlas and preview like that, and I can put them also here. Voila. So now I can go to my Pirate Kit, and my Pirate Kit is a bit different, so that's good. So I just need to go to download, and I go here to Pirate Kit, and Pirate Kit is right here. And here on Pirate Kit, we just have the GLTF right there. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna create here a new folder, Pirate, whoop. And here I'm just gonna take my GLTF, and I'm gonna put it here. And I'm also gonna copy the atlas of the pirate like this. And I'm gonna put it right there, like that. So now we have everything, we have our assets set up. So what I can do is I can rename this one asset. Voila. And so now we can create our project. So for creating our project, we need to click on Godot. And here we're gonna arrive to the project manager. Here I'm gonna click on new and I'm gonna give it a name. So for me, it's gonna be 3D RPG YouTube 2024, so like this, I know where it is. For the renderer, I'm going to use Forward Plus. I'm going to go to my document. I have a document for that, so it's for me, it's on my Godot 4 game project, and I'm going to put that one here, making sure that I haven't named it the same way. No, it's good. So it's like current folder. I can here click on create folder, and I'm going to use the renderer. I'm going to use Forward Plus because this is the last one and it has like advanced 3D graphic available. So that's what I'm going to use. So I'm going to click on create and edit. And so now it's going to open my project. So now I need to import my assets. So I need to come here and I need to just take my asset and drag it here. And so now I'm going to re-import everything. And because we have already pre-selected what we want, it's going to take it's going to take like a minute or something just to like load everything, but then after that it's going to be okay. But if you have like imported all the things with like the FBX, the OBJ and like the blend file, it will take like 5-6 minutes easy, really easy. So here it's going to be quite speed. So I'm going to fast forward after it has like imported everything. So now we have everything here. And so if I go to my asset, I'm going to go to, for example, Pirate, and I'm going to go to my GLTF. And so let's say I'm going to create here a first scene. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to create a scene like this. So it create a Node 3D scene. And so now I'm going to take my captain and I'm going to drag it here, for example. Boom. So now I have my pirate that is right here. The color looks okay, but if you use some other character, like for example this one, I'm gonna just make this one invisible for a moment. If I put this one, for example, right here, you can see that this one doesn't have the color right. This is normal. It's something that you have to do. I'm gonna show you how to do that. So basically, you need when you are having GLTF files, you have your main GLTF file, which is a collection of all the meshes that you have on your model. And here you have the atlas of the color for all the texture that you're using on that model. So here, if you double click on it, you can go here on import, but you can see it right here as well. But here on import, so I'm going to re-show you. You click on your stuff, import, and then you can see here you have that high quality. You need to toggle it on. And I think normally everything else is all right. Yep. And if you have high quality toggle on and you click on re-import, it's gonna load the normal color. And so you can do that for everything. For example, here you have another character. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put this one invisible for a moment. I'm gonna take Henry and I'm gonna put it here. The reason why I'm sliding it here on Node 3D and not here is because like this, it takes automatically the transform of my Node 3D, which is 0 and 0 and 0 by default. So here you can see that we have our character Henry, like that is there. And if I go here on character Henry Atlas, can go here to import. High quality is turned off by default. So here I click on import, and now I have the right color. So that's the thing that you can do if you have like a problem, if it seems washed out, if your model seems washed out. So now that we have that, first I can delete those two because I don't need them. What I want to do here is I'm going to use this character. So this character is Captain Barbarossa. So what you can do is like, yeah, if you double click, you can open that model, and here I'm moving around by just making a left click, and that's how I am like moving around like this. And here you can see everything. There's some stuff that you need to do per default, like for example here there's some animation that we're gonna be in need to use. So for example idle, run, walk need to be animation that are looping per default, and you can see that here it is not the case. So for example, if I play it, it stops. So on each animation, when you click, you go here to setting and you have loop mode. You can see here is set on none. So if you put it on linear and you re-import, it's gonna make your stuff, it's gonna make your animation looping, like you can see here, right here. So now I'm gonna do that for the run animation. So click on run, go to loop mode. I change it from none to linear, and then walk. I'm gonna do the same, linear, and that's good. So I think now I don't need to have other animation.loop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-import that. And so now what you can do is like either you can click here and you can click on open scene and it's going to open the scene, but it's going to import it's going to open what we have selected here, or you can also do new inherited scene. But here the problem is that it's like it set everything as an inherited scene of that very model. It's not something that I want. So me, what I do is like I put it on average on my node, and I come here and I click on that little arrow. It's gonna ask me if I want to open anyway, and it opens the entire scene, and that's where I can make the modification. So here, what modification I can make is first I can create a collision shape. So for that, before to create the collision shape, what I need to do is I need to change the structure of my scene, because right now that scene is a node 3D, but in Godot we are using a node that is called character body 3D for handling everything that can move in our game as a player, for example. So here I'm gonna just right click, go to change type, and I'm gonna look for character body 3D right here, not the 2D one, the 3D one. I click on change, and it's gonna tell me that there is a problem. So here it said to me that the node has no shape, it can't collide or interact with other objects, which is true. So here I need to click on my character Captain Barbarossa, that I'm gonna, by the way, rename. I'm gonna call it player 1. It's gonna be way easier like this. And so now what I need to do is I need to just create the collision shape. So for that I need to click on that collision on the character body 3D, click on the plus, and here I'm going to look for a collision shape 3D, like this. That collision shape 3D is empty per default. You can see we have a warning. It said that a shape must be provided. So we need to go here to the right, shape, empty, and here we're going to go for a new capsule shape. The reason why I am using a new capsule shape is because it is making things way easier to deal with slope. And also like the edges. Like if you have like a cube or something, you can have like your character that will be standing on the edge, but because the cube will be around, it will looks like it's floating, but like the capsule is not allowing that. It's like better. So here we have the capsule collision shape, but we need to resize it because it's a bit weird. So we can use those little like orangish dot here. We can do something like this. Can do something like this. And now, if you're wondering how I move here, it's like I'm using my mouse. So here I am like moving everything like this. So here I'm creating, I'm clicking on my middle mouse button. That's how I do that. And so now I'm gonna use that little gizmo right there, and I'm gonna move it around here. If I use control, it's not gonna snap the way I want it. So I'm gonna come here. I'm just gonna go to the transform. Let's make sure that everything is all right. So I'm gonna put it, I think I'm gonna put it right here. So here I'm moving like this. Here I'm pressing on shift, and I am pressing on my mouse button at the same time, so it allows me to pan like this. And so you can see that right now it's at the bottom, so that's good. And so this looks all right to me. So now we have our collision shape, so that's good. But now what we need to do is we need also to make sure that the animation that we have of our player have that collision shape set up at the right transform point, because we have other animation. So like here, for example, I'm going to put myself on idle. You can see that right now we are good. But if I put myself on jump, I'm going to put myself on jump idle actually. You can see that here the the collision shape is absolutely not matching the animation of my player. So here what I need to do is like I'm gonna go back first to my idle animation. I'm gonna rename that collision shape. I'm gonna call it player underscore collider. It's gonna make things easier for me to see in the animation track. And I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna click here on position, and I have that little keyframe here, and so I'm gonna click on it, and I'm not gonna create a reset track. Here I'm gonna click on create by having my blue bar here on 0, and I'm gonna go down, and here I'm just gonna make that a bit bigger because by pushing that handle, and I'm gonna toggle off the snap because I don't really need it. And so in 3D it can be very annoying, so I'm going to put it around here. And so I'm going to also key that like this. And so now I have that that player collider that is set right here. So now what I can do is I can come here, click on edit, copy track, and I can come here to my player collider position, can click on this and copy. And so now I can go, for example, to my run, and I can click on edit, pass track, and you're gonna pass my track. I just need to make sure that the position is good, so I'm gonna put it here. And then I can go to walk, and I can do same thing, edit, pass track. And so I have my stuff is right here, and I think it looks all right. So now I can go to jump. So jump here, let's see. I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna take my player collider and I'm gonna key it, create, and I'm gonna just make sure that, so here, I think around here, I'm gonna move my player collider like that, and I'm gonna key that like this. So now it's good. So now I'm gonna go to jump idle, and here I need to make sure that my player collider is around here. So for me it's 1.378. So that's that. So I'm gonna click here on the key. That's gonna be good. I'm gonna come here at the end, and I'm gonna put it here as well. And so jump land. Now we need to do the exact same thing. So here I can start from this point, and then I can put it back to where it was at the beginning, which was something like, I think I can go back to like my idle. It was at 0.695, so I can just click on this and click Control C, or you can also make a right click and you can click on copy. And then I can go back to my jump land, and here I can just pass that. I can erase it, and I can just Control V, and I can pass it, and now I can key that. And so now this should be all right. Voila. So now we have everything set up. So now with all that done, we have the basic for our character to be colliding with something. So now what we need to do is, like, I need to click here, I need to save scene as, and I'm gonna save that scene as player 1. I'm gonna go out of this, and I'm gonna put myself into the rest folder that I have right here, and here I'm gonna create a new folder that I'm gonna call scene. And in that folder scene, I'm going to create a new folder that I'm going to call entities, like this. And in that entity folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call it player. I'm going to save everything right here. So now, if I go back to my main scene, I can just delete this one. I don't need it. This node 3D, I can create it world. I can call it world 1. And now here, I can, for example, click on the chain icon, and I can bring my player. Player is right here. I can click on open, and now I have my player that is right here. So now the problem that we have is just about we have no floor, so we need to create a floor. So for that, I'm gonna go to my world 1, and I'm gonna click on the plus, and I'm gonna look for CSG mesh 3D. So you can see CSG mesh shape that use a mesh resource. So I'm using that because when you create that, you can go after that to mesh, empty, and then here you can choose the mesh that you want. So here I'm gonna use a new plane mesh, like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it bigger. So here you can see it's very small. So I'm going to click here on the mesh, and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to put 200 and 200 meter. And so now we have a bigger floor that we can work on. One thing that is also important, I'm going to click on that so it collapses everything, and I'm going to go here on CSG shape 3D, and I'm going to make sure that use collision is toggled on. This creates a collision shape automatically on that mesh. One other thing that I need to do is I need to go here on material, click on empty, new standard material. Then I need to click on material again, and here I have something it's called albedo, and the albedo I can use it to change the color of my texture. So here, for example, I can put something that is more ground-like, so something like this. It doesn't, the color doesn't match what I'm choosing here because the mesh is selected. So we have the collision shape, the color of the collision shape that is overlaying our mesh. So that's normal. If we have something that looks like this, so I'm going to pick something like this. I'm going to click off. You can see that now we have like we have that color that match, so that's good. I'm just gonna make sure that This maybe can be better. I think this is going to be better overall. Voila. So now what we need to do is we need to launch the game. First, we need to save our scene. So Control S, and we're going to go back by clicking on the little arrow. We're going to go back to our scene folder that is right here. And here what I want to do is I want to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it levels. And here I'm going to put my world 1 right here. So now that I have done that, that's good. So one thing that we're going to have is like when we're going to launch our game, I'm going to click here on that play button. I'm going to ask me which scene I want to select first. I'm going to select the current. We're not going to see anything. As you can see, we see nothing. This is normal because we need to now bring a camera. So for that, we need to come here to our world, and we can, for example, implement our camera into our world. The problem that we're going to have is that we're going to move our player. So we need to have our camera follow our player. And one thing that I want to do as well is that I want to be able to rotate the camera around the player. So it's better if actually I click on my player, I click on plus, and I put my camera as a child of my player. So I click on player, click on plus, I look for camera, and I take the camera 3D right here, and I click on create. So now I have that camera 3D. You can still we still see nothing, and this is normal because we need to change our viewport. We can come here on view. And here we have one viewport. You can see we have the shortcut Control +1. Here we have two viewports. So if I click on this, we have two viewports that are vertically stacked. And here we have this one, which is my favorite one personally. So I like to use this one. So I'm just gonna put that here. I'm gonna close the output tab. And here you can see that if I click my camera, I have that button here, preview, that is set up. If I click somewhere else, that button disappears. So you need to click on camera 3D, and here now you can click on preview. And now you have a preview of what the camera is seeing. Problem is that the camera is at the feet of our player. So right now the camera is seeing just the feet. So we need to click on the camera, and here in that window, we need to go to the select mode, and we can grab one of those gizmos here, something like this. And for some reason I have a snap option that is toggled somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this, something like this, and I'm just gonna rotate it like that. Voila. So that's good. And so what I want to do now is like here I globally have almost everything. I don't know why it's like why it is snapping. I haven't put any snapping option at the moment. So anyway, we have that. So now if I launch the game, we're going to be able to see our scene. But you can see also that the visual doesn't look like our scene. It's normal because we need to add two new nodes. So we need to click here. And here we need to add sun to scene. It's going to add a directional light node. And then if we click back on the three little dot here, we need to add environment to scene. And this is going to bring a world environment. So now if I launch the game, you can see that we have actually like our main scene that is displaying. So now one thing we can do is we can start to work on the code of our player, because now we're going to be able to start moving it and use the animation. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start to create a script for creating the movement, because right now when we are launching the game we can do nothing and it's quite boring. So for that what we need to do is we need to go back to the scene of our player, not the one that is in our world scene, but the one that we have instance. So you can either go here if you have it open, but if you don't, you just have to click here and that's it. It will open it for you. And we're going to put our script into the character body 3D node. So for that we select our player character body 3D, and we click here on that little script icon, and here we're going to be able to do some stuff. Normally it should be for you on character body 3D basic movement by default, but I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use an empty script because I want to code my own logic. But if you are using the character body 3D basic movement, you will have a little script that will work quite okay. But so me, I'm going to go on empty, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a path for my script. So for that I click on the path, I go here to the little arrow here, and I go back to my raise scene, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to create my script. So I'm going to create a folder. That folder I'm going to call it script, and here I'm going to create another folder, and that folder I'm going to call it entity script. Entity script. Actually I'm going to put it plural because it's going to be plural, so entity script. And in this one I'm going to create another folder that I'm going to call player. Voila. And so I'm going to save my player script here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that script as player. That's it. I click here, I click on create, and now I have my character body 3D script that is created. So this is in that script that I'm going to code the entire logic of my movement. So the first thing I need to do is I need to create some variable. So I'm going to come here, and for creating a variable, you just need to do var, and for example, I'm going to come here, and I'm going to put speed, and here you have two possibilities to do things. Either you can say var speed, and then you can put columns like this, and then you can put int, and then you can set a speed. So for example, here I could put like 4 and stuff, or you can do something else. You can, because we are using 3D here, what is best for us is not to use int, but to use a float number, because we are in a 3D world, so it's very important. So here we can do float, and here I can put, for example, 4.0, and that will work. Or we can also do a shortcut, which will be, for example, for us, just this. So we put something like this, the colon and the equal sign, and then we have our 4.0. What this does is that it gives a specification to Godot, saying that we only accept a float number. If this was 4 like this, that will be integer. So for example, I'm going to show you what I'm going to do is like I'm going to export that variable into my inspector here. So for that, I just need to do @export, and so now it's going to appear. So voila. So here, for example, because it's 4, there's not a .0, I can only choose an integer number. But here, if I put 4.0, you're going to see that now it's going to change. Voila. And so now I can put, for example, 4. Something like this, and it will work. So here, I'm just going to put 4.0 like that. That's going to be a good speed. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to also create a variable for my gravity. So I'm going to do @export. I'm going to also call it var gravity. And here I'm going to do the exact same thing, colon equal. And my gravity here, I think I'm going to put it at something like 4.0 as well. And what I need to do now is to also create a variable for the jump. So I'm going to come here, export variable, var, jump. I think I'm going to call it jump force. Jump force, and that variable here, I'm going to put it at 7.0, something like this. And so now we have like the basic for the force of our player. But now we need to have possibility to get input and direction. So we're going to first create a variable that I'm going to call movement. This is what we're going to use to store our input, but for now I'm going to declare nothing in it. And then I'm going to create another variable, and this one I'm going to call it direction, like this. And that variable direction, we're going to use it in our function, and we're going to assign some logic to it. So now that we have done that, what we need to do is we need to create our function. So for creating our function, we need to say func, and here I'm going to call that function move, and between parentheses, I'm going to make it pass a delta. The delta is the refreshing rate of the game, and per default in Godot, if you go to project setting, and I think it is, where is it? I think it is in common. The physics tick per second is 60 frames per second. So here, the delta is referencing that. It's 60 frames per second. So here we are passing the delta, then we put colons, and then here we're going to be able to create our code. So the first thing we want to do is we want to assign our direction, our movement, actually, our movement variable. So we just tap movement. And here we're going to set it equal to our input. And our input are into the project setting. You can go here to input map. And here you're going to see nothing. But you can also go here, show built-in action. So this is going to show the action, so the input that has been already pre-coded into Godot. And here we have a bunch of things that are available. And so this is all the input that are pre-coded in Godot per default. So I'm just going to turn that off. And what I want to do here is like I could, for example, say movement.x, and I can put like UI right, UI left, but there's something better when you're working in 3D, which is input with a capital I dot get underscore vector. And here the order of the order that you're calling the input matters. So here the first one need to be UI underscore left. Then after that you need to tap UI underscore right. Then after that you need to tap UI underscore up. And then you need to tap UI underscore down. And so with that done, now we have our vector and we can start to use them to assign the forces that we have created right here that are gonna help to move our player. So for that, we need now to get the direction. So here we can get our direction variable that we have created right here, and we can assign logic to it. And so what we're gonna do is right now, we're gonna tap we're gonna get the transform of our player. So basically the transform is a sort of invisible matrix that you have around here that we're gonna be able to use to move and rotate our player. That's what we are doing here. So for that, what we need to do is we need to say transform.basis. We're going to multiply it by a vector 3 because we are in three dimension. So here we do vector 3, and in that vector 3 we are passing our movement function. So like this we can map our input to that vector 3. So here what we're going to do is this. We're going to say movement.x. Then we're going to put 0 because that works for some reason. Then here we're going to do movement.y, and then we're gonna go out of the parentheses and we're gonna normalize our movement. This is an extra step. You're not automatically forced to do that, but that helps to make sure that you don't apply 2 times the same force if you're going in diagonal. But normally input get vector is already quite sort of normalizing things, but that's just like another step that I like to add. And so now that we have that, we have in those 2 lines, we have the basic for creating, for assigning the force of that we have created to our player. So for that, what we need to do is we need to make an if statement. And so here we're going to see, we're going to check if direction. So if we are pressing a key, then what we're going to do here is like, we're going to do something like this. We're going to come here and we're going to say velocity.x is equal to direction times speed. And then here we're going to do the same for the velocity dot z. We're going to set it equal to be direction time speed. And then we need to do another thing, which is that we need to make sure that when we are not pressing any key, but we are resetting the velocity to 0. So for that, what we need to do is we need to do else, and we can copy that, those 2 lines, we can pass them here, just indent them nicely. And what we can do here is like, I can do something, it's called move underscore toward. And here we're gonna interpolate basically movements. So it's gonna help us to not have the player that stop abruptly. So here we're gonna do velocity.x, 0 and speed. And then what I'm gonna do is like, I'm just gonna copy that line and I'm going to do the exact same thing for the velocity.z. I'm just going to change the velocity x here to velocity.z. And so now we have another extra step, that is that we need to go back into the indent here and we need to call a function that is called move and slide, that you know very well if you're using Godot. This is going to help us to move our player and make it slide on the surface. So with that done, we have the basic for moving our player in all directions. The problems that we're going to have is that it's not going to work. So I'm going to show you. I'm launching the game, I'm pressing, and as you can see, nothing changed. And this is because we need now to call that function into another function that is built in Godot that helps us to refresh regularly the game. And so this function is called physics process. And so here I can now call my movement delta, my move delta function. And so now this should work. So let's have a look. And it doesn't. So It's because here, what I forgot to do is like when I'm calling my direction, I need to assign my direction to my velocity. So here I assign velocity.x to direction, so it needs to be direction.x, otherwise Godot don't know which direction I am trying to apply that force to. And so I need to do the same for velocity.z. I need to come here and I need to do direction.z, like that. And so now it's gonna work. So let's have a look. Voilà, so now I can move. The problem is that my camera is moving with me, so you can't see that my actual player moves. So I'm gonna go back to my world here. I'm gonna go click on 3D. I'm gonna detach my camera for a moment. I'm gonna put it here. So now if I click on my camera and I click on preview, my player is still there. But if I move now, you're gonna see that my player is moving as it should. Problem that we have here though is that we are not rotating our player when we are, for example, going to the right, to the left, up or down. So this is a problem. So for making the rotation, what I can do now is I can use a point that I can rotate. And if we are looking the player structure, we can see that we have our character body here, and here we have a node that contains all of our character. If I make that node invisible, all my character is disappearing basically. So here, what I want to do is like, when my character is changing direction, I want to get my character node here, and I want to go to the transform, and basically what I want to do is doing something like this. I want to rotate the y-axis. So for that, we can call that into our code. So what we need to do is we need to go back into our script, and at the top, after our export, what we can do is we can create another category, and here I'm going to do @onReady var, and here I'm gonna get my character armor here. What I'm gonna do is that my character armor here, I'm gonna give it like I'm gonna call it player_body, and I'm gonna set it to be equal to my character armor. And so like this, what I'm going to do is like through code, I'm going to rotate that node that will rotate then my player the way I've shown you here in the inspector. So for that, we need to have a speed. So for that, we need to create a speed, and that speed, I'm going to call it angular speed. So I'm going to come here, it's going to be just a normal variable. I'm not going to export it, and I'm going to call it angular_speed, and I'm going to set it to something like, I think 10 per default, something like this. And so now what we need to do is we need to assign that rotation taking into account the direction of our player. So when we are moving to the right, we want to rotate to the right, and so on and so on and so on. So for that, we need to put we need to use our player body rotation and assign our angular speed when we are moving somewhere. So when we are like checking the direction, that's what we need to do. So here for that, after we have made our movement, what we can do is we can call our player body, so our character armor node that is right here, and we can do something like this. So player_body dot rotation dot y. Remember that we want to rotate only the player on the y-axis. We don't want to rotate it like this or like this, so on. So here I just need to reset everything to 0, and I just want to rotate that part here. So for that, here we need to assign a player body rotation to the y-axis, and then we need to check. So we're going to make a linear interpolation. So for that, we say lerp angle. So it's going to take the angle of, it's going to interpolate between two angles, and here we're going to do player body dot rotation y. So we are taking the rotation, the actual rotation y axis we're in. Then we need to put a comma, and here we're going to call a function that is called attend_to. I'm going to explain in a bit what it is. So here attend_to is taking a 2 value. So here we need to assign our velocity.x and our velocity.z like this. And then what we need to do is we need to get out of that parenthesis. I'm going to close that so you have more space to see. So here I'm going to put a comma. I'm going to take my delta and I'm going to multiply it by my angular speed. So like this, I'm making it frame rate independent. So I'm doing something like this, angular speed. So what is attend_to? So if you copy, you go here to help, search help. you can pass that and you're gonna see a definition for Atten2. So global scope right here. So Atten2 return the arctangent of y and x in radians, used to get angle of tangent yx to compute the value. The method takes into account the sign of both arguments in order to determine the quadrant. So here it's a bit of mathematics, but basically it's an interpolation of tangent. Basically, that's what it is. So here, what we are going to do is like we are taking our body rotation, we are interpolating it, we are interpolating the rotation.y, and then we get the arctangent of Atten2 with our velocity.x and velocity.z, and then we are applying our angular speed by multiplying by the data, so we make it frame rate independent. So with that done, this is almost over. The only thing, but actually this is over, I think. So if I launch my game now, you can see that now my rotation is happening nicely. And so this is how you are rotating body in 3D. It's one of the way. For me, it's a clean way. But you can, for example, multiply the angular speed. So for example, if I put 50, let's have a look. You can see it's almost instantaneous. So like you can play with that value. So you can put, for example, maybe like 6. And you're gonna see it's gonna be way slower. So voila. So here you can like definitely play with those values and find something that match. For me, 10 is a good number, so I'm keeping it like this. And so now we have a player that can move, and that can rotate. So now what we need to do is we need to call our animation. And so for that, what we can do is we can start to actually get our animation from our animation node that is right here. For doing so, what we need to do is the exact same thing that we have done for our character armor here. We need to say at onReady var, and here I'm going to call that animation player anim, and here I can just take my animation player and drag it right there. And so now I'm gonna have access to all the animation that is contained into my animation player. And so here what I want to do is like if direction, I can call my anim, and here I can put dot play, and here I can take a look at the animation that I want to play. So for example, for me it's going to be wall. And then when we are not moving, I can do something like anim dot play, and here I can call my idle animation. And so if I launch back my game, now I have my player that is animated, and if I'm moving around, you can see that I have my player that is animated as well. There's one thing that you can notice, which is that it stopped very abruptly. This is normal, it's because we're going to be in need to use blend mode in a future video and for that we need to create an animation tree. I'm not going to do that right now. First, I'm going to line up all the pieces of code that we need to do, and then when we're going to have like a certain amount of state, we're going to have a jump, we're going to have a swell, we're going to have like a run animation, we're going to have all of that. I'm going to create an animation tree with a nested state machine that's going to help us to blend all those animations together so they are not that fast. But here we have the basic for our movements. That's a very good thing. So now we need to take a look at how we can move our camera. So the obvious thing is that we can reparent our camera 3D to our player. And so like this, if we are launching the game, we can have our camera that moves. But the problem with that method is that we don't automatically, we just move with our player. We can't move automatically the camera around the player. So what we can do is like instead, we're going to reparent our camera, but we're going to create a node that we're going to be able to rotate around our player. So for that, I'm going to just go to my world. I'm going to click on the plus, and here I'm going to look for a node 3D, and I'm going to click on create. And I'm doing that so the transform of my node 3D, if I go to transform here, it's on 0, 0, and 0, which is also the position of my player right there. And that node, I'm going to call it cam_gimbal. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reparent that node camera 3D to that cam gimbal right there. And now here you have two methods for being able to follow the player and rotate around. either you are using this cam gimbal this way and you are always checking for the position of the player through code, or you are just reparenting the cam gimbal into the player node. The first thing we're going to do anyway is like we need to have a script for our cam gimbal. So here I'm going to click on my cam gimbal and I'm going to go here to the script right there, and that script I'm going to put it into my script folder here, and inside the script folder I'm going to create another folder that I'm going to call UI Script, and here I'm going to set my camera script. So here I'm going to say camera underscore controller. I'm going to click on open and I'm going to click on create, and so now it create that that script. So here what we need to do is first we need to get a reference to our player. So what we can do here is like we can, for example, do something like already var, I can call that player, and here I can just set it equal to the position of my player right there. And so now like this I have access to my player. Then after that, what I need to do is I need to handle a variable for the position and the rotation of my camera. So here I'm gonna create a variable that I'm gonna call base underscore rotation position. Actually, I'm gonna start with position, and here I'm gonna set it to be equal to a vector 3 like this. And then we need to do the same for the rotation. So var base underscore rotation, and here the same is gonna be a vector 3 like this. Now that we have done that, we have the basic for checking the position and the rotation of the position of our player, the position of our camera, the rotation of our camera. So if we want to check, for example, our position and we want to map it to the player position, what we can do is that we can come here to the process like this, and we can say position equal player dot, I think position or like a transform, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. So now we have our camera follow the player position. So that's perfect. So this is one way to do so. So like this, you keep the camera independent from the player. And so for example, but you can like maybe use the camera and move it at a specific position when the player is entering into an area or those kind of things, just to show something that is important. So we have the base here. So now what we need to do is we need to control the rotation of our camera. And for that, at first, what we need to do is we need to make a little check of our base position and base rotation. So when the ready function, so when the game is started, one of the first function that is read is the ready function. You have another function before that is called init for initialization. But basically, that function ready is checked only once when the game starts. So what we can do is we can use that for actually getting the actual position of our camera and set it to the base position. So here, for example, I can say, actually it's the opposite, base underscore position, I can set it to be equal to position. And then here, base underscore rotation will be equal to rotation. So here what we are doing is like when we are launching the game, we are saying to Godot, okay, the position of the base position of the camera is the position of our actual camera, the base rotation of our camera is the actual rotation of our camera. So for example, if instead of being here, my cam gimbal is there, then the transform that you have here will be mapped to the base rotation and base position, for example. That's globally the logic behind that. And so I'm just gonna take my cam gimbal and I'm gonna reset the position here to 0. So now what we need to do is we need to make our camera rotate around our player, because what I want to do is basically when we are using a joystick, we are rotating our camera around. And what I can do actually is like I can just put myself on camera 3D here, click on preview, and so now I can click on my gimbal and I can just rotate my camera, and you can see it works. So basically we need to access that through code. So for doing so, the first thing we need to do is we need to go to our project setting and we need to create input. So here what I'm going to do is like I have my my gamepad that is plugged through USB to my computer, and here I'm going to create Input. So for creating input in Godot, you just go to project like I've shown you. We are in input map. I'm just going to show you just in case. Project setting input map. Here now on add new action, we can tap anything and we will be able after that to just map a specific input to that action. So here I'm going to call this one cam underscore rotation underscore left. And I'm going to click on add. Then I'm going to create another action, cam rotation underscore right, and I'm going to also add it. Then I'm going to create another one. I'm going to call cam underscore gimbal underscore up. Click on add, and then cam underscore gimbal underscore down, like this. And I'm going to click on add, and I'm going to create a last one that is rotate cam. This is like we're going to rotate the camera in an angle if you need it. So I'm going to click on add, and that's it. So now I'm going to start with cam rotation left. Like what I want to do is I want to map the joystick of my cam rotation. And so for that, here what I need to do is like I need to get my controller. I need to go to cam rotation left, click on plus, and here it's counterintuitive, but it's better for the game feel. We are checking the cam rotation left, but we are actually going to the right on the joystick, and that just works better. So here I am with my joystick in hand, and I'm just go into the right, and you can see that Godot detects that I'm going to the right. So I click on OK. So for the right, we're gonna go the opposite. We're gonna do the left, like this. And then for gimbal up and down, but we're gonna do basically the same logic. So cam gimbal up, I think I'm gonna go down, and cam gimbal down, I'm gonna go up, like this. Voila. And so now we have everything mapped. And so for the rotate cam, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put one of the buttons that we have on the edge, the top edge of the controller. I don't know how you call that in English. In French we call that gâchette. So for me on my controller, it's RB. So I click on it. And so for the, you have like that button, the joypad button 5 that is selected. You pick the one that match your thing, that's all right. So now we can close. And so now we can access that into our process. So what I can do here is like I need to globally assign the rotation when I am moving, when I'm pressing one of those inputs. So for that, I'm going to just go under my position. And here I'm going to make some if statements. So I'm going to say if input dot is action press, not just press, because here we want to move as long as we are pressing on the button. So here I'm going to look for my cam rotation left. What I want to do here is that I want to get my rotation.y, and I want to make it plus equal to 1.0 multiplied by delta. So it will just move at the speed of 1.0 and we will keep it frame rate independent by multiplying it with the delta. That's basically what it does. So now we need to do the same, but for this time the rotation right. So here we need to say dot input dot is action press, yeah. Then we go for like our cam rotation right. And here, this time, we're going to assign our rotation dot y to be minus equal 1.0 time delta. Then we're going to do the same thing for our cam gimbal up, but this time we need also to change the rotation on the x-axis. So I'm going to do if input dot is action press. So is action press here, and this time we can take a look at our cam gimbal up, this one here. So what I can do here is I can get the position dot y. I can set it to minus equal 1.0 time delta, and then here I can also check my rotation. So here what I want to do is I want to get the rotation on the x-axis, and I want to multiply it by 0.3. That's a number that works well for me, but maybe you can put something else. So up, that's fine like this, and we're also going to multiply by the delta. And here what we're going to do is we're going to copy the last two things here, we're gonna put it there, and instead of cam gimbal up, here it's gonna be down, down, and here instead of minus equal, it's gonna be plus equal. Something like this, something like this. And so the last thing that we need to do is we need to also make the movement for when we want to directly snap at an angle. So we don't want to make the rotation, we want to snap at an angle. So here I can say if input dot is action, just press this time because we want to just do that once. So here I'm gonna get what is it, rotate cam. So here what I can do is I can get this time access to my rotation degree. So here I take my rotation underscore degree dot y, and I'm setting them equal to plus equal 90. So now let's have a look. So I'm gonna launch my game. I have my gamepad in head, and now I can rotate around my player, and I can rotate up, I can rotate down. For the rotation up and down, we don't have yet the we don't have a cap yet, so we can go through the floor and we can go up. We're gonna fix that in a minute, but for now, what we need to do is first we can enjoy our game, but we're also gonna have a problem of the rotation of our player when we are rotating our camera. First thing I would just want to show you as well is just the gâchette. So like when I'm pressing, so I'm gonna put myself like this, and when I'm pressing one of the buttons, I can snap like this as well. So all of this works so far. So now we have one last thing that we need to do is we need to assign the camera rotation, we need to assign actually the player rotation to the camera direction, because for example, if I move my camera like this and I want to go up, it's gonna change the camera weirdly. So what we need to do here is we need to go back into our player script, and here we need to make a little change. So for me it is on the player and it is here on the direction. In the direction now, because we have a new parameter that is set into place, we need to assign the direction of our player to the direction of our camera. So for doing so, what we need to do is we need to add a little bit of code. So we have our vector free. So actually we're gonna be doing something like this. So I'm gonna remove the transform basis right here. I'm not gonna use that anymore. So I'm gonna do something like this. What you can do actually is just, in case you want to keep that that line of code, what you can do is this. You can just do Control K. So like this, you will comment that part of code. And here you can do like me, you can recreate another type of line. So here I can get that direction to be equal to a vector 3 like this. Then we open parentheses and we pass our movement dot x. Then we pass 0, and then just I forgot the comma. Then movement dot y. Then we can get out of the parentheses and we can do dot rotated. And then here we can assign, in that rotated, we can assign the angle of the camera. We don't have the camera yet into our script folder, so that's Godot gonna be unhappy, but like we're gonna do that soon. So I'm gonna say vector 3 dot up, and then here I'm gonna call my camera dot rotation dot y, and then I'm gonna go out of this and I'm gonna put normalize like this. And so now we just need to make a reference to our camera. So for that, we need to go here, and we're gonna just under that, I'm gonna say at onReady var. Here I'm gonna call it camera, the exact same name that I've called it here. So here, for example, if you have called it pizza, here you need to call it pizza. And so here I'm just gonna assign the world 1 cam to my player script. World 1 cam, boom, like this, and I'm gonna just drag it like that, and I have access to my cam gimbal. So now let's have a look. I'm gonna launch the game, and I'm gonna rotate the camera, and I'm gonna move up, and I'm gonna rotate the camera around, and my player is continuing to go up with the following the rotation of the camera. So that's what this does, and this is a very handy thing to do because it makes the player experience way better when you are playing the game. And like this also, but you can, like for example, if you have a shooting game or something like this, but you can shoot and control the direction of the shoot just by controlling the direction of the camera, which makes everything way easier. So now we have like all already quite a lot of stuff for the game, and we're going to continue to add up stuff. We're going to add some jump, we're going to add swirl, and so on and so on. So I will see you in the next video. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to start to set up the jump. We're not going to do everything fully because I want to have a specific type of jump which contain different animation. We will have a starting jump animation, we will have a in-air mid-type jump animation, and then we will have an animation when we are landing down, because that's what we have in our player, and so we can take advantage of this. If I go to my animation player, I have the jump here, and you can see up, it starts to jump, it's in the air. Then after that, I have the jump idle, so the jump that you have in the air. I can put it on loop like this, and you can see that we have it in the air like that. And then what we have is also a jump when we are landing. Can put it boom like this. So this we're gonna use it, we're gonna set it up later on in this video by using something that is called an animation tree. Right now what we're gonna do is just set up the jump. So for that I'm gonna go back to my script. I'm gonna close the output tab here, and what I'm going to do is we already have an input for the jump. It's in project setting, and if I click on show built in action, we have at the top we have UI accept, and UI accept is set to be on enter. You can also like create like a UI jump if you want to. Me, I'm going to use the UI accept. It's going to be way more than enough. And so here what we need to do is just that we need to make some space, and we need to say if input dot is action just press. So here we're going to look our UI accept that is right there. Then here what we want to do is we want to change the velocity on the y-axis. So for that we need to say velocity dot y is equal to jump force like this. And with that done, we are good to go. So let's have a look first. So I'm saving, and I'm gonna launch the game, and I can jump. But you can see that we are continuing to jump. It doesn't stop. So basically, what we can do here is like we can make a little specification where we are setting up also a fall state. But first, I want to also see if we can animate this one. I'm going to show you anim.play. Here I'm going to look for my jump idle. And so let's see how it works. Let's see how it looks. You can see that the animation doesn't play. That's why we are going to be in need to pass through something that is called a state machine. But we're not going to do it now because it's quite complex, and I want to build all the state that we need. We're going to have a sword attack. We're going to have all of this. So we're going to have a sprint as well. So we're going to do that a bit later on. Right now, what we need to do is we need to set up the fact that we can fall down. So for fixing the issue of our player not being able to fall on the ground is very simple. Up to now we didn't have the opportunity to use our gravity because our player is already here on the floor. So if I go back here, you can see that the player is already here on the floor up. So basically what we need to do here is we need to just like set that up. So for that we're just going to go back into our player, and just before move and slide, so I'm going to show you I am in my move delta function. I'm going to close the animation tab. I am in my move delta function, and so after the if direction else and if here we have move and slide, and before that what we're going to do is we're going to just call our gravity. So I'm going to say velocity.y is minus equal gravity time delta. And yes, you read it right, minus equal and not plus equal. If you're coming from 2D, that's something that is a bit weird, but like in 3D, we are subtracting gravity in some way. So that's like something that is interesting. But so yeah, I think my gravity is a bit too low. So what I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna go to my player, my world here, and I'm gonna go to my player here, and I'm just gonna make sure that my gravity is a bit higher. I'm gonna put it, I think, at 10, something like that. And so like this I have a good gravity, yeah, like this. And you can see but that it works, so that's cool. And you can still see that the animation doesn't play right. So here I'm just gonna remove that animation because for now we don't need it. So here we have the basic of our jump, and we can move around, and you can see that the player is continuing to move while he is in the air, and of course he is animated very weirdly, and so this is something we're gonna fix later on when we're gonna create the animation tree. But right now we have set up the jump, and so now we can continue, and we're gonna set up this time the sword collision shape and then the sword attacking itself, and we're gonna create the beginning of a state machine to display our animation nicely. So I will see you in the next video. So right now we're gonna create the sword collision shape. So we're gonna go back into our player scene, click on 3D here, and so I'm just gonna go to my animation player, and I'm gonna go to my sword animation here. And so my sword animation is like this. Boom, voila. And so what we want to do here is we want to create a collision shape on our sword. And it's going to be very easy because this player that we are using is having the weapon that is separated. So here it has its own node like this. And so we can just attach our collision shape to this one right here. So what I can do here is like for creating a sword collision shape, I need to use an area 3D. So here we're gonna click on weapon cutlass, click on the plus, and we're gonna look for area 3D. Area 3D is right there, and you can see we have a warning saying that it has no shape, so it can't collide. So here we need to add a shape. So I'm gonna click here, add the collision shape 3D, and for the collision shape, I think I'm gonna also use a capsule shape. The capsule shape, as you can see, is quite big, so I'm gonna redimension it a bit, something something like this, voila, gonna do something like that, and I'm gonna move it a little bit. So let's see, I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna put it like that. Let's see with the gizmo, I'm gonna rotate it like this, something like that, and I think this should be all right, I think. So let's have a look. So now let's see if the parenting is working well. You can see that the parenting is working quite well. So up, I'm just gonna move like that just to see if the rotation is working well. You can see that's the case so far. Voila. And so with that done, but now we have our collision shape set up for our sword. The only thing that we need to do is like, we need to rename it, so sword. And here, that collision shape, here I'm gonna rename it sword underscore collider. And here, what I'm gonna do is like on the sword collider, I'm gonna come into my sword animation, and I'm gonna make sure that the sword collider is active only when we are attacking. So here, I want it to be valid around here, around 3. I think 3 is a good thing, but before it has to be inactive. So for that, we're gonna do like I'm doing normally. So I go to sword collider, and I go to disable. I'm gonna click on per default. I'm gonna click on the keyframing here. If it's the first time that you are seeing my videos, here what I'm doing is like I'm inserting a keyframe inside my animation. So that's why for me that's one of the best way to deal with everything that is related to those kind of attack, because we can set up like this when we have a collider that is active and inactive. That's what I'm doing right now. So here I'm clicking on create. Here I'm coming back here, and this time I activate it. You can see that now my my collision shape is blue, and here I can come, it's active, and so I can just make sure that it's active up to here, something like this, and then I'm putting it here inactive. So let's have a look. I'm just gonna unzoom a bit. Let's see. Okay, so this is good. So that's all right. You can see also we have a little problems with like the collision shape of my actual player. You can see it is set on top here. That's normal. So here I think I forgot to set up my my collision shape for my player. So we're gonna also do that. So I think if I remember right, I'm just gonna go back to my idle. My player collider was at .695, so here I'm copying it by doing Ctrl+C. I come back to my sword, and here I'm gonna just pass on my player collider. I'm gonna pass that. So up, I come here, I'm passing it, and now I'm gonna keyframe that. So like this, I have my stuff that is good, and I think I have put the rotation, which was not the right track. So here I need to go to player collider. So I already have the position here, so that's good. So at the beginning, I just need to key this one. Voila. So now we are good. Now let's just see on animation, and if the two collider are good, so you can see if I zoom a bit, for now it's white, so it means it's inactive, and so it becomes blue. Voila. And then it's inactive. So that's good. So now we have that. But now that we have our sword collider, what we need to do is that sword collider going to be active in all the other animation per default, potentially. So what we need to do is to make sure that we have that player collider that is inactive per default. So what we can do is we can create a track. So here, for example, I am on my idle animation, sword collider. I can click here, and so it's going to add a track to my sword stuff. So it hasn't. Voila, create track. So here I can come here, and I can come at the end of my animation. I can put another track here. I'm going to untoggle the snap because I think it's a bit too far away, so that's good. We're going to do that for the jump. And actually what I'm going to do is, like, I'm going to show you something. We can go here to edit, copy track, and we can go into all the tracks that we have in our animation player. And here I can choose my sword collider. And so that's why I have renamed it sword collider, because like this we can see it directly into the animation player. It makes it easier for us to deal with it. And I can click here on copy. And now I can go to, for example, my run animation. And here I can go to edit, pass track, and it's going to pass my track sword collider. But you can see here we just need to readjust the length of this, so that's good. So now I can just come here, copy track, sword collider, copy, and I can pass here to walk, for example, and I can go to edit, pass track, and you're gonna pass my track as well. Here you can see this time it's a little bit too short, so here I can put something like this, something like that, and then I can continue on. So for example, I can go to my jump, edit, pass track, and here I need to make it shorter a bit, like that. Here, that's good. I can go to edit, copy track, sword collider, because I'm copying it every time because I'm changing the length of it, and so I know that in those animation the length is not that far away, you can see, so that's cool. So here I can put it here, and finally into my jump land I can also put it past track, and here it fits perfectly. So that's good. So now we have that, but you can also do that through code, and this is very easy actually if you want to do it through code. Here I'm doing it this way because I quite like it and I'm used to that. But if you want to do it also through code, what you can do is this. You can come and you can say, for example, here in direction, you can have access to the sword collider. So what we can do is we can create an onReady var. So I can say at onReady var, and here I can call it sword underscore collider, and here I can set it equal to my sword collider right there. So it takes all the path to my sword collider, and now here I can come and I can say if I am walking, I don't want to have like the sword collider that is activated by default, so I can do sword collider disabled equal true, and then I can come here as well, for example. That will work as well. That's how you can do that too. So you can leave it like this if you want to, that's fine. Me, I'm gonna just remove it because I don't need it. We have already keyframed that into our animation, so that's all right. So now what we need to do is globally we need to be able to use our sword, and for using our sword we're going to be in need to have the beginning of a state machine. So first I'm going to create the sword attack, and I'm going to create the sword input, and then we're going to create a state machine where we're going to start to be able to use our sword. So now we're going to create a sword attack. So for that we need first to have an input. So I go to project setting, and here I'm going to go to my input map, and I'm going to create a new action. I'm going to call it UI underscore sword. I'm using the nomenclature of the naming nomenclature of Godot. UI here stands for user input, and so I'm just using that. But if you just want to call it differently, but call it differently, that's completely fine. So here I'm putting UI sword. Click on add. I'm just gonna tick off that button here, so like this I can just see the input that I have created. And here I'm gonna click on the plus, and I'm gonna choose a key for my my sword. So I'm gonna put an X on my keyboard, and then I'm gonna click plus, and I'm gonna take also my joypad, my gamepad, and I'm gonna also click on X. So like this, I'm good. So here I can set OK, and that's all right. So now that I have done that, I can close, and I can start to think how I'm gonna do it. So obviously I can come here, and I can say if input.isAction just press, and here I can put, for example, my UI swirl, which has to be down, so I'm just gonna do UI swirl like this, voila. Then I can say okay, anim.play is going to be swirl, and then for example I can call an await that is supposed to force Godot to play the animation. So await anim.animation finished, and then that will play so-called that will force Godot to play the animation. It's not gonna fully work, but like you see, like the animation doesn't play, but we can see that there is a start of something. So now what we need to do is we need to actually create the state machine for that. So what we're gonna do is like I'm gonna come here at the top. So here at the top, what I'm going to do is like I'm going to make some space, and I'm going to create a variable that I'm going to call current_state. For now, it's going to be empty. And then we're going to create an enum, which is short for enumerator. And here, that enum, I'm going to create player_state. And I'm going to open curly braces. And in that, inside those curly braces, I'm going to put my my state. So I'm going to have a move state, and I'm going to have a jump state, and I'm going to have an attack state. So now I can set up my current state as a bridge between all those states, and I can set that current state to be equal to my player state dot move per default. And if I put move, it's because my move function that is right here is handling when we are moving and when we are not moving right here. And so now what I would like to do is I would like to use that to actually play the right animation at the right time. So we're going to start with the swirl. So here, what I want to do is I want to refactor a bit my code so far. So we have put everything into the move function, so that's fine. And our move function is called into our physics process deltas. And everything here is called into that function. But what we can do is we can make it better. So here, what I can do is I can just go down. I can say match current_state, current state with with no s. I'm gonna put s here just for the naming convention, so I guess I don't make a mistake. So here, match current state, player state dot move, and here I'm gonna just drop down my move delta function that I have right here, and for that I'm just gonna click on Alt and the arrow key, and I'm just gonna re-indent it, tapping on the tab. And so now I have my current state move that is right there. So let's play the game. Normally we can move, as you can see, and we can jump, and everything is all right. Okay, perfect. So now what we can do is we can do the same for our player state. And this time it's going to be player state dot not jump, it's going to be swirl. And then here, the problem that we have is that we don't have any function to call. So here we need to actually copy that, Control X to cut it. I'm just gonna do something like this. And so I'm gonna put it here like that. And here I'm gonna create a function that I'm gonna call swirl, and I'm gonna pass a delta in between. And I'm just gonna close it with a colon. So now what we have here is that we have our swirl function here. And so now we can call our swirl delta function right there. So we have, it's not swirl that I have, it's attack. Sorry, it's a typo that I've made. So actually, like I can leave it like this because actually I'm going to just put swirl, and I'm going to change here from attack to swirl. That's going to make a bit more sense. So voila. So now we're good. So now I can launch the game. I can move around, and now I can press on my X key for like moving, for triggering my swirl attack. But nothing happened. And this is normal because we have no way to actually detect our input right here. The thing that we need to, the thing that you need to understand here is that the swirl, the state that we are creating need to be triggered at some point. And so we can trigger those state into a move function, or we can trigger those state into another function. I'm going to show you. Func underscore input. This is a built-in function in Godot that is in charge of listening for input. So what I can do here is like I can move, for example, that that line here. I can just cut it like this. I can also re-indent that in the same way. And here I can put that here. And now I can use that for triggering my state. But how do I do that? So the best way to do so is to do current underscore state. So the value that we have created here, the variable that we have created here that is in charge of like acting as a bridge between our player state and our current state. And here I can set that current state to be equal to player state.sword when we are pressing our sword input. And we can do the same for the jump. For now, we're just going to test with the sword. So here I'm like that, I can move, and now I have my sword that play, but you can see that now I can't move, and the sword attack doesn't change. And this is because we need to reset the sword input. So there's one way that we can do that. Here in our sword, for example, I can do current underscore state, and I can reset that player state to move after we have completed the animation. So let's have a look. Going here, I play, and now I can remove. Perfect. But this method can work, but you need to make sure every time that you call that, and there's something better that you can do, which is creating that as its own function. And so here I'm gonna create that. I'm gonna call the function reset underscore state. I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna put a colon. And so now I have the function here. So now I need to save. And that function, what I can do is I can either call it there, like this, and that will work exactly the same way. We're gonna test, but like that's gonna work exactly the same way, as you can see. Or what we can do is something that is also very handy, is like we can use our animation player. Here we can go to our sword, and here, when the animation is ending, we can call that that reset state function that we have created into our animation player. And for that, we just need to click on add track, call method track. We need to call the node that has the script. So us is the player one. So here we can click on player, click on OK. It's gonna create that track player one function. And here I can just make a right click, insert key. And then here I can take a look at my reset state that is right here. If you don't see your function there, it's because you need to save. Like if your project is not saved, this will not automatically show up. So here I can click on void reset state, click on open, and now I have my function that is appearing right here, and it will be called at the end of the animation. And so now, for example, if I launch the game, you're gonna see that we have the possibility to play the animation, and after that it go back to normal. And then we can do that for the jump. So for example here, what I can do is I can take those two lines of code. Actually I can even do I can uncomment this line here. I can do something like here. For now I'm gonna pass, so Godot is not gonna be mad at me. And then here what I can do is I can say func jump, and then I can pass here like that. I just need also to just move that up to my move function. Voila. So like we still have gravity and we still can move inside. And here what I can do is I can just copy that exact same line, can pass it here like this. And so normally it should play my my jump animation. What I'm gonna do is here on the input where I am supposed to jump, here I'm gonna replace that by current state equal player state dot jump. I don't think we have created our player state dot jump. It's not the case. So here I'm gonna create it, player underscore state dot jump, and here I'm gonna be setting it equal to my jump function that is right here. And so now what it's gonna do is like when we're gonna press our space bar, we're gonna jump. And so what we can do here is that we can actually keep the velocity dot y where we are pressing our input, or we can keep it here. We're gonna have an issue, I'm gonna show you. So, but basically here I'm just gonna also put reset state when the animation is completed. So let's have a look. You can come here, and you can see that now the player is hovering forever. There's two reasons for that. The first one is that the animation that I choose is on loop. For example, if I take another one, I think that was named jump, if I remember right. So let's see. You can see that now that works okay. So the thing is that here the jump gonna be a bit different, a bit difficult to set up because we have different states. I've chosen that I've made that choice of making a more complex jump. So like this, we can really have something that looks cool. So this is something that we're gonna tackle later on. So here for now, what we can do for continuing to have our jump set up the normal way is that I can just comment that line. And for now, I can just here call my, my jump function that I've created right there. So, and I can actually put that into my input event right here. I can do it like this. Voila. So now let's have a look. I launch, and now I can still continue to jump the way I was jumping before. So that's good. So now we have the beginning of a state machine. So now what we need to do is I'm just going to continue to set up a little bit the sword, and then we're going to start to little by little bring the animation for the jump. So I'll see you in the next video. So now that we have a sword, we can destroy stuff. So how do we do that? So the thing that we need to do here is to learn a little bit more about collision layer. So here, if I go back to my sword, I have something here. My sword is an area 3D node, and here I have something that is called collision. And all the collision shape have that. For example, my player collider have one, but it's on the character body 3D. In the character body 3D, if I go to collision right here on collision object, you can see that my layer is on 1 and it collides with 1. So we can use that for actually setting up stuff with our sword as well. One thing that we need to do first is just for like our it's just that for making a bit more sense, we need to change a bit the name, because layer 1, for example, is not something that is like really mean something for most of us. So here I go to project setting, generals, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into my layer name, and I'm gonna go, I think it's 3D physics. So let's see, player, I think it's this one. I'm always mixing those two for some reason. So let's see, player. Yeah, that's player, so that's cool. So now what we need to do here is like I can go on project setting, I am on general, I am here on layer name right there at the bottom almost, yep. And I am here on 3D physics. So now I'm gonna create another one called sword, and then for now I'm gonna call another one is gonna be called item. I'm gonna call it item actually, items, like that. So I'm gonna put. So now here what we need to do is we need to adjust the right thing. So here, for example, I am on my sword, and so my sword is not my player. So I don't want it to collide with my player. So I need to remove those, and I need to put my layer on sword, and I need to make it collide with something that it can collide with, for example, items. And I can go to my player here, and my player I can leave it on 1 and 1 because for now we collide with nothing. So now I can go back in my world, click on 3D. And I'm just gonna do Control 1 or Command 1 if you're on Mac. So like this, we're going back into that normal view. And so here, what I want to do is I want to add an object for that I can smash. So I'm gonna click on my world 1, click on plus, and here I'm gonna look for a CSG. I think I'm gonna take a box like this. And so my box is right there. I'm gonna move it. I'm just gonna put it something like here and here. Let's have a look, something like that. It looks all right. I'm moving, I'm panning like that, rotating by keeping press my middle mouse button. So now my CSG box, I'm just gonna call it items, and I'm gonna attach an area 3D to it. So that area 3D, I'm gonna attach a collision shape, and that collision shape gonna be a box as well. And the box is matching, the collision shape is matching the size of my box, which is very handy. And I'm also want to make that box a static body so my player can enter in contact with and not go through it. So here I click back on item and I click on plus and I look for static body 3D. And here I'm gonna attach a collision shape as well. That's also gonna be on my shape, a box shape. So voila, so now we have the basic of everything. So my static body, I'm gonna leave it on 1 and 1 here, so like this it will collide with the player. And the area 3D though, I'm gonna change it and I'm gonna put it on, I think it was 3 item, voila, and I'm gonna make it collide with my my sword. So now I'm gonna go to my items or into my area 3D, that depends to you, but like items is better. I'm gonna click on the script icon, and here I'm gonna create a little script. So I'm gonna put it into a new folder, into my script folder. That folder, I'm gonna call it items script, like that. And I'm gonna leave it here, items. I'm gonna click on create. And so now I have that, that script that shows up. So what I can do now is I can click on my area 3D, and in Godot you have something that is very, very handy and useful, and it's called signal. Signal is, if you're coming from Unity, it is basically something similar to Unity event, or like to what was the name of it? There was like some event in Unity that you were able to use, and so that is similar to that. And for using them, what we need to do is like you need to click on your area 3D, click on node, and here you have that little submenu. It is called signal. And so here, for example, we have on area 3D, we have area entered, area exit, area shape entered, area shape exit, etc., etc. So here our sword that we have, our collider, is an area 3D. Type area 3D. So here you can go back to, for example, my area 3D of my items, and I can click here on area entered, and I can connect it, and then I need to connect it on the node that all the script that I want to attach it to. So here, for example, my script is attached to my items, and that's the items that I want to delete if I, for example, slash it with my sword. So here I need to put my signal into that item node. So for that I click on connect, and here now what I can do is I can specify the type of connection that I want to. I can specify the type of object I'm colliding to. I can do that through name, or I can do that through something that is very, very handy that I'm going to show you right now, which is called group. So here I am on my player, I am on my sword node right there, and here I am on my group. I click on group, and here I can create a group. So that group, I'm gonna call it sword, like this. And I'm gonna actually use a naming convention. So I'm gonna put it with a capital S, like that. And I can click add. And so now you can see that we have that little item that has that shows up right now. And so this means that this node now is into that group. And so in my world one, here my item script, here I can get that group through code. So for that, here what I need to do is I just need to take that, and I need to say if area dot is in group, and here between quote we can put the name of our group, the exact name of our group. Then here what I can do is I can say q_3, and this will remove the group from the scene. Because our area 3D is connected in terms of layer to the fact that it's on the item layer and it can collide with the sword, and because on my player my sword is on the layer sword and it can collide with items, then when I'm gonna launch my game, for now you can see that because the collision shape of the sword is inactive, it works fine. But now if I just press X, boom, now I can use my sword. So that's perfect. So now we have the basic for using our sword into our game. And so now we can move on. We can start to make things a little bit more fun, little by little. That's the basic of how you can use collision layer and those kind of things. And so now from there, we can continue and do more things. So we're gonna continue. So now here, what we need to do is we need to fix for now a little issue that maybe you haven't noticed, but if you have played the game, you probably have noticed it. Is like globally when we are like attacking something, we can't move in between. Even though like I'm holding a key that is pressed for moving, for example, right or left, I don't move. And this is normal, is because now we need to have access when we are into our state attack. We need to have access to our input. So the best way to do that, in my opinion, is like I just need to create a new function, and I'm gonna call it input movement. And I'm going to pass between parentheses the delta. So like this, we can make it frame rate independent. And then here, what we need to do is globally copy some of the piece of the code that we have right here. So for example, I can copy my movement right there. I can pass it here. I can copy my direction here, and I can pass it here. And then I can copy those lines of code right there. I can pass it here. And I just need to remove the reference to the animation, because here we just want to use that for globally giving the same logic that we have in our move function. And so now what we need to do is just basically we need also to copy our move and slide. So here I can copy it, and I can leave it right there. I can put it here, I can copy it, voila. So with that done, now what we can do is like we can have access as well to our input movement. So for that, what we need to do is like to have access to our input movement into our sword, we just need to go to our sword state. And here I just need to put input movement delta. And that's why I pass the delta into my sword, between my sword parentheses, because like this, we're going to be in need to have it for putting it here. So now if I launch the game, I can continue to move when I'm pressing a key. The problem that you can see, this is more just a problem of with the asset that I'm using, is that there's no animation in that asset that is made to be attacking and walking at the same time. So here, like I'm I'm playing a bit around with that, but like if you want to create an animation like that, but then after that you can, for example, like create a new sword animation that will be walking at the same time, and then you will be able to call that specific animation when you are attacking and moving. You will be in need to globally create a new state for that, but that will work. But here for that specific video, I'm leaving it like this because it gives enough illusion like that. So that's all right, and that works, and that basically like make my point clear. So now we can destroy that. I like to destroy stuff in game. That's fun. So yes. So right now we have like we have the ability to move and attack at the same times. So now what we can do is like we can do something else, which is creating a sprint type of animation. That's what we're gonna do now. So now let's go and add a sprint, because right now if we launch the game, we always like moving at the same speed, and it's a bit boring. So we're going to add the possibility to have a sprint. So for that, we need to go back into our player scene, player script right here. I'm just going to close the animation tab right there. And I'm going to go back to my input, to my movement, to my move delta function right here. So the way I make it works is that we are pressing a specific input. So for example, the button, for example, a gâchette, like a button A or B or whatever. And while we are pressing and moving, we are changing the speed of our player. So for that, we need to create first a new variable. So that variable here, I'm going to put it around here. So I'm going to call it sprint underscore speed. And I'm going to set it, I'm watching my test project. I'm going to put my sprint at 7, so equals 7.0. And then what we need to do is inside our movement, our move delta function right here, we need to create a new variable here. And I'm going to just create it in this one because I want that variable to be accessed only in that function. So here I'm going to call that variable sprint, and I'm going to set it to be equal to false per default. So that variable will be a boolean. So now what we need to do is we need to set up a button. So here I'm going to click on project setting. I'm going to go to input, and here I'm going to call my input UI sprint. I'm going to click on add, and for me it's going to be something probably like, I'm gonna put it on, for me it's gonna be, M or Q. I'm gonna put it on Q like that. So I have that, that's good. So now basically what I want to do is just, I want to access that. So here I need to say if input dot is action press, not just press, because here we want to be having that sprint variable to be true as long as we are pressing on that button. So here now I can tap my UI sprint. Then here, what I can do is I can just turn my my sprint variable to be equal to true. So here I just need to say sprint. I've just called it sprint, right? Yeah, sprint is equal to true. And then if input is action release, just release, and then it's going to be the same input, so it's going to be UI sprint. Then here what I need to do is I just need to reset sprint to be equal to false, just like that. So now what I can do is I can just come to my movement right here, and so here I can make some specifications. So for example, if direction, so if we are pressing any key to move our player and sprint is double equal to false, then we are doing what we are doing right here. Then what I want to do is, like, if it's not the case, if we are pressing in our button and we are also pressing on like another input, like for example we are going to the right, then I want to do if direction and sprint is equal to true. Then here what we want to do is we want to globally copy the code that we have here. So I can just come here, just gonna make it like that. No, I just need to come here, just grab this one right there. It's very tedious to get, voila. Control C, I can pass that right there. And what I want to do here is I want to change my speed to my sprint speed that I have right here. So I just need to do here, I need to do something like sprint underscore speed, and here I need to do sprint underscore speed. And we also need to change our animation. So here what I can do, for example, is I can do anim.play, and here I can look for my run animation. So let's have a look now. So I'm coming here, I'm moving, and if I'm pressing key and stuff, you can see that now I am jumping and I'm going way faster, as you can see. So that's good. We can make it even more drastic. So I can, for example, I can come here and I can put it at 10, something like this. Let's have a look. So now I'm moving normally and stuff. I'm taking the cube as a reference for moving, and you can see that now I'm running way faster. You can see, and the animation is displaying. We still have the problem, obviously, of like the blend mode, but this is what we're gonna set up in the next video, when we're gonna start to create our animation tree, and we're gonna be able to control all of our blend mode. But right now we have a player that can move around, rotate, it can jump. It's not animated when he jumps yet, but he can jump. He has a sword. The sword can attack stuff. So, and now we can also sprint. So we have like a lot of stuff that's been built for our player, lots of stuff that has been set up for our player. That's what I mean. And so now we can continue, and we can finally be able to like start to like build our state machine a bit better using animation tree. Now we're gonna tackle the animation tree, and for tackling that animation tree, I've started to use a different way to make my state machine in the animation tree. I've started to use nested state machine, and in this video that you're gonna see, I have made 3 errors that I have corrected very quickly. So like you're not gonna wait like 10 minutes before to have the answer. Like I'm gonna show you how everything is done, but I have kept those errors just to show you that if you maybe have some mistakes, some error, that's maybe where this is coming from. So that's something that I've kept like that. So that's why I have not remade this part specifically. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new node that's going to be called an animation tree. The animation tree is going to help us to clarify our state machine, and also it's going to help us to be able to transition from one animation to another. Because right now, for example, if I put my game in full screen, when I'm moving and I'm stopping, you can see that there is a sort of like moment like that where like the transition is very rough. So like we gonna use blend mode for that, and for that, having an animation tree is a very good thing to do. This animation tree gonna also be quite different from what you're used on average to see on YouTube, even on my channel, because here we're gonna make a nested state machine inside the animation tree that's gonna help us to clarify very easily what we want to do. So let's go into our player node, and here into player one, I'm gonna click on the plus and I'm gonna take a look at animation tree, this one right here. That animation tree has a little message here, little error, no root animation node for the graph is set. This means that here to the right, we need to assign our animation player, otherwise our animation tree will not be able to have access to the animation of our player. So for doing so, we just need an anim player. Here we need to click on assign, and then we need to take a look at our animation player. So now that we have that, we have the animation tree that is almost set up. Now we have another warning that says that no root animation node for the graph is set, which means here we need to choose on empty, we need to choose which type of animation tree we want to use. And so if we click on it, we have new animation root node, new animation node blend tree, space 1, blend space 1 2D, blend space 2D, animation node state machine, and animation node animation. Here we're going to use the animation node state machine. And so now that we have that, we have that sort of like window that pop up here, and that's in that we're gonna start to create our animation tree and our nested state machine. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make a right click, and instead of add animation or blend space 2D, here I want to add a state machine. And so this is gonna help me to contain different blend space inside that state machine right there. So here, that state machine, I'm gonna call it ground state. So it's gonna hold all the state that we have when we are on the ground. So walking, idling, attacking. Then we're gonna create another one. So I right click, go to add state machine, and this one I'm gonna call it air state. So this one's gonna be when we're gonna jump. Then we need to create another one. So right click, add state machine, and we're gonna create one for the attack state, like this. If you want to delete one state, you just have to select it like this. Make sure that you're on select mode before, so that button here, you can select it and you can click on the little bin icon right here to delete it. And then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna create another state that we're gonna use a little bit later on. It's gonna be called damage state. So I'm gonna create damage underscore state, like this. And so now we have the basic of our state machine. So now what I want to do is I want first to configure my ground state. So for that, by being on the select mode here, I click on the little pencil icon, and this is here that I'm gonna create my animation, and I'm gonna call them. So the first one here, I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna add a blend space 2D, and I'm gonna call it idle. And then I'm gonna create another one. So a blend space 2D. This one gonna be walk. And then I'm gonna add another one, blend space 2D. And this one's gonna be running. So now that we have that, we can create transition, and we can also call our animation. For calling our animation, because we have created a blend space 2D, we need to click here, and I've moved it. I need to go to I need to go add my animation tree, and then I can go here to parameters, and I'm going to be able to reset on my ground state my idle. So here it's 0, 0. And what this does is that it just move the target here back to 0. That's what it does. So now here in that blend space, basically what we are doing here, this is a matrix, and we are just gonna map our animation to the four different directions. So here what we're gonna do is like we're gonna click on that little icon, create point, and I'm gonna do a left click, add animation, and I'm gonna add my idle animation. I'm gonna go to the top, add animation, and I'm gonna add idle. I'm gonna go to the right, add animation, idle, and then finally here, add animation, idle. And what this does is that basically just map our animation into all direction, and that's gonna help us to like display the animation nicely. One thing that we need to do here is we need to do sync here. This is gonna help us to basically make sure that the transition is as smooth as possible. At least that's what I understood. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's what I understood. So now here I'm gonna go to the ground state, and what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create a transition from start to idle. But already if I play idle, for example, right now you can't see anything. So what we need to do here is we need to create that, that transition. So we click on connect node. We can see we have immediate and we have that little blue icon here. That means that it is on auto advance, which means that when the game gonna start, it's gonna directly go to that idle state. So I can do something like this. And so now if I play, for now there's I'm playing, there's nothing right now that display. This is normal. It's because on our start here, we need to also connect it to our ground state. So we need to do the same thing. We click here on connect node, and here we come here. And now you can see that we have our animation that display. So that's a good thing, but now we need to continue. And so I need to go back to select mode. This is something very tedious. Like sometimes you connect stuff and you forgot that you have like that change that has been made. So you need to click back on select. That's something that happened to me a lot. So now what we're gonna do is like we're gonna make the connection between the different states we have here. So idle, and from idle to walk. And you can see here it's flickering. I'm showing you that on purpose because when you're making a transition, very often you forgot to toggle that off. And what you can do here is like you can go back to select, you can select that transition, and here you can go to switch and advanced. You can see here we have a switch mode, and that mode is set on immediate per default, sync, and at end. At end means that it will wait that an animation has been played to move to the next state. And here we can see advanced, we have it on auto. So it means that it go back and forth all the time, which is not what we want. So here, what we want to actually do is we want to have our advanced state that is based on a mode that is called enable. And now we need to do the same for this one too. So we click here, select mode, we click here, we go to advanced, and here we change from auto to enable. And so now we have done that, we can go here, we can click, we can toggle that off, and now we can just make the other transition from walk to running, and from running to idle. Nope. From running to idle, like this. And so now we can use that for actually toggling different animation. So here, when we are clicking, so see right now I was trying to click and I was still on connect mode, so I need to go here to select. So here we can give some condition, and we also have something that is called expression. Here I'm gonna call a condition, and that condition for me gonna be I think it's gonna be, I'm gonna call it moving. So moving here, and then here I'm gonna click and I'm gonna call it standing, like this. Then here, this transition that goes from walk to running, I'm gonna go to advanced, and this one I'm gonna call it running or sprinting, maybe, I don't know. How do I do that? Well, how have I done that in my test project? I'm just checking running. I've put running. So up, running. And then here from running, we are walking. So now we have done that. What we can do is like here on idle, when we are from idle and we are straight running, we want to go to the running state. So here on advanced condition, we put running. And then here from running to idle, when we are going back to the idle animation, we want to just put standing. And so now we can connect that, we can connect different states as well. So here we can just put end, something like this. But there's one thing that I forgot to show you. So I'm just gonna remove those transition here. There's one thing that I forgot to show you. Which is that when we are creating a nested state machine, so we have our nested state machine here. If I go back so to my root, here I have my nested state machine, and here I have blendspace, right? So what we need to do is that we need to actually have a little difference into our state machine type. So I'm just gonna go here, gonna go back to animation tree. Here on animation node, we can click on it, and here we have the type of state machine that we want to use, which is for us root. But when we are creating our blend space, we have also a possibility to choose what we want here. So if I go here, I choose the ground state. Here you can see state machine type. You can click from root, and here you have nested and grouped. Me, it works with grouped. So I'm putting that with grouped. And you can see that here we can see it, but before we were not able to see it. So I think there's something related to the animation tree here. If we just collapse that window, if I try to do something, but right now I'm seeing it. Okay, so but sometimes there's sometimes it happens to me that I'm trying to like access that that aspect of my state machine and I can't get it. So if it happens to you, on average, you get out, you come back to the animation tree, and you open that, and normally it works after that. So here we're gonna put all our different state machine to group. And that's gonna help us to, after that, access our animation differently. So now we have made our ground state, perfect. So now we need to make our air state. So here in my air state, what I want to do is I want to add another blend space 2D, and here I'm gonna configure my jump. So what I'm gonna do is like that first blend space 2D, I'm gonna call it start jump. Then here I'm gonna create another blend space 2D, and this one I'm gonna call it mid_jump. I'm just gonna come here, I'm gonna put that like that. I'm gonna click on my start jump right there. And here I'm gonna just create my animation right there. So I am on create point right here. And then I'm making a left click and I click on add animation. And here I'm gonna go for my jump. I'm gonna do the same right here. We do the exact same thing that we have done for the animation in the ground state. So up, we're coming here like this, add animation, jump like this, and we don't forget to put sync on. So now I can go back to my air state and I can go to my mid jump and I can do basically the same thing. So I'm still on create point. I am here on the left, the extreme left here. I click add animation, and this time I'm going to put jump idle, which is the animation that we're going to use for when we are in the air. And so I'm going to come here, add animation, jump idle, and here animation, jump idle like this, and I'm going to put that on sync as well so it can sync nicely with the other animation. So now we have done that. What we need to do is we need to go back to the air state and we need to make a connection. So here I can make a connection from start to start jump, and then I can make a connection from start jump to mid jump like this. And this one here, what I want to do is I want to make I want to make some little tweak in this one. So if I click on this one, remember, like you can be here, for example, you can click, you go to switch and advance right here, and you have some little setting that you can use. So the setting that I want to use here is this one. I am starting the jump and I want to first display my animation where I'm starting the jump, and then I want to be at the mid jumps. So I need to change the switch mode from immediate to at end. So like this, it will wait that I have played my animation, then it will go to the mid jump. Then in my mid jump here, what I want to do is like, I don't want to enable it. What I want to do here is I want to make a transition that is auto. So like this, it waits that I've displayed my start jump animation, then I go to my mid jump. And after that, what we need to do is we just need to click on the connect mode and we need to make a connection to end. And so like this, what we're going to be able to do is like when we're going to finish that, we're going to be able here to create another little state that we're going to call landing, and we're going to connect it. So like this, basically what we're going to do is like, I am gonna here not create a state, I'm gonna create just a blend space. So I'm gonna click here on my select mode, I'm gonna make a right click, and I'm gonna go here to add blend space 2D, and that blend space 2D I'm gonna call it landing like this, and I'm gonna create my animation for the landing animation. So here I am on create point, come here, add animation, I go to jump land, here I'm doing the same, jump land, here I'm going the same, up jump land, and here left click, add animation, jump land. I click on sync, and we're good. So now I can come back, and what I want to do is like, I want to change my ground state to my air state when I'm clicking on my jump. But when I have clicked on my jump and I am in the air, I want to be able to then when I go to the floor to go to landing and then ground state. So here that's where like the logic of that nested state machine is starting to take place. What we can do is like we can click here on the transition. We can create a transition from ground state to my air state as well. So like that we have the possibility to go from my ground state to my air state and from my air state to my ground state. So in other words, we can pass from like walking or being idling to jumping, and then from jumping to a ground state. But here, what we want to do is that we actually don't want that air state to be going to ground state, because we want to transition to landing. So this one right here, you can click on it with like the select mode, for example. You can click here and you can click here on the bin. And so like this, we just have the possibility to go to the ground state to the air state. And then from the air state, we're going to make a transition, come here, and then make a transition from landing to ground state. So now that we have that done, what we need to do is we need to set our transition. So from my ground state, for example, from my ground state to my air state, I want to create here a transition. So I need to click on select mode. I need to rearrange a little bit all of this. Hold on, I'm going to put something like this. Just going to make it a little bit more tidy. So I'm going to take that. I'm moving that here by clicking on the middle mouse button for selecting like this, and here, what I'm doing here, moving that like this, is like by clicking on the middle mouse button. And here, I'm just making a left click to move it up a little bit. So now I want to select my transition from ground state to air state. And here on switch, I want it to be immediate, because I don't want to have my my ground state. I wait an animation to be completed to go to the air state. I want the jump to be immediate, but I want to have the possibility to trigger that state through code. So here in condition, I need to put jumping. That's it. Now, what we need to do is we need to come here. And here on the air state right here, this one, what we need to do here is that we need to switch our switch mode to immediate. We keep it like this. And advanced, we need to also set it on enable, but this time we need here to create another condition. That condition is going to be called falling. And then finally, what we need to do is that we can go here on landing transition, and here what we need to do is like the switch mode, we are leaving it on immediate, and the advanced mode, we are leaving it on enable, but this time we need to create another condition, and that condition going to be on ground, like this. So now here we have all the basic for being able to do a ground state to air state to landing, and that's it. So how do we code that through code? I would like to show you it right now, but I want to set up a little bit more my other states. So like this, we're going to be able to, after that, tackle all the code in one shot. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on ground state, and I'm going to make here, I'm going to click on connect, and I'm making sure that it's not blue here. You leave it white like this. And so here, I'm going to make a transition from my ground state to my attack state, and from my attack state to my ground state, because when I'm walking or idling, I want to be able to attack. And here I want also to create a transition from my ground state to damage state, because maybe I can take damage when I'm walking or idling. And I also want to take a damage state when I am in my attack state. And I want to be able to go back to attack state potentially. We can also take a damage from air state to damage state, something like this. And that should be it for now. I'm not going to do anything from air state to attack state, because I don't have an animation in that player. I don't have an animation for attacking while we are in the air. So for that, this one, I'm leaving it empty here. But so now we have created that, what we need to do is we need to create our condition. So here we need to click on select mode. We need to come here on that one right there, and we need to go to switch. Switch, we leave it on immediate. And advanced, we want to enable it. And here we can create a condition attacking, because when we are attacking, but we want to change state. And here what we can do is that when we are into that state, we don't need to have any condition at all. So here now, when I am from ground state to damage state, I want to also create a condition. That condition, actually, I don't want to create a condition because this one I'm gonna toggle it differently. So I don't want to create condition here. And so for the attack state, I don't want neither to create condition neither. So here we are good to go. The thing that we need to do, obviously, is that we need to have in our attack state, but we need to have an animation. So for now, we don't have one, so we need to click on it. We need to make a right click, and here we can add an animation or blend space. I think we're going to add a blend space. It's going to be better. So blend space. That blend space, I'm going to call it sword. And I'm gonna just come here, I'm gonna click, and I'm gonna tick sync by default. And here I am on create point, and here I'm gonna create my point for my animation. So I'm gonna go to add animation by left clicking, and I'm going to sword. And here left click, add animation. Sword, left click, add animation. Sword, left click, add animation, and sword. Voila. So now we're good. So then I can click back on my attack state to go back into that graph here. I can make my connection like this, and I can make my connection like that. So now I can play my potential sword animation. Let's see, I'm clicking here on select mode. For now, there's nothing. So we're gonna be changing that soon. So what we need to do here is that I think I need to click here. Voila, that's where I need to click. You can see that we have little warning here. Those warning, they do nothing basically. So I don't know if it's a bug in Godot or if it's something that actually matters. I just click on the little bell and like they are disappearing. So there's that. But so basically here, what we need to do is like the damage state. Now we need to click on the damage state and we need to create our animation as well. So for that here, we're gonna also create a blend space 2D. And this one, I'm gonna call it hurt or hurt like this. I don't know, hurt like this. So this one here, I'm gonna click on the little pencil and we are done with the animation after that. I know it's a lot, but that's very useful after that, and it makes the game very expandable easily. It's like easy to maintain after that. So here we're gonna click on add animation, and we're gonna go to hit react, which is the animation for when we're getting hurt. Left click, add animation, hit react. Left click, add animation, hit react. Left click, add animation, hit react. And of course, we don't forget sync. So now we can go back to the damage state, and here you can make the transition, same thing, loop, same thing like this. And then from hurt, you can go to end, and that's it. I'm just gonna re-indent it like this, so that's good, voila. And so now if I go back to my damage, to my root state, if I play the damage state, boom, you can see I have a little animation like this. Okay, so now here we are done with the animation tree, and here we have all the state that we're gonna use in the game. So now what we need to do is we need to use that through code, and that's what we're gonna do right now. So right now what we need to do is we need to get our animation, all the animation state machine that we have inside our animation tree, we need to call it through code. But before we do that, what I want to show you is one thing that is lots of people don't know, is that the animation tree, you can save it as a resource. So basically, like if you have, for example, different characters that share the same animation type of thing. So you have a ground state, air state, attack state, damage state with animation that match. You can save that. And so for doing so, what you need to do is you need to come here to tree root. You need to click not on animation node, but you need to click here on the little arrow. And here you can come here at save as, and you're gonna be able to give it a name and to save it as a resource that you can after that reload everywhere else. So for example, here what I'm gonna do is I am on my res folder. I'm gonna create a folder right here, and that folder I'm gonna call it animation tree. And here I'm gonna save that animation tree as player1_anim tree. And so here I can save it. And so now I change the name right here. And so for example, let's say that I am like I want to make some test. Here you can, for example, right now remove your state machine, for example, clear like this. And then you see that here right now we don't have any state machine anymore. But now you can just come here and you can just click on empty. You click a state node state machine, and then you can come here on that little arrow, and you can go to load, and here you can go to where you have saved your animation tree. You can click on it, and you can open it, and now everything comes back. And as you can see, we have the conditions that are set up, we have the animation that are set up, everything is made, and we can just continue to use this. So now one thing that we need to do is that we need to call our animation tree inside our code. So here we need to go to our player, we need to click on our script, and we're going to make some space. So here on my onReady part, I'm going to create a new line, and I'm going to say at onReady var, I'm going to call it anim_tree, and here I'm going to set that equal to my animation tree right there. So I just need to grab it and put it right here. Then what I need to do is I need to have another onReady var. So onReady var, I'm going to call it anim_state. And this one, I'm going to set it to be equal to my anim tree. So the state I've created here, dot get. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to call our parameters playback. So here parameters, and I need to put slash playback like this. So what this is going to be able to, what this is in charge of is that when you are on animation tree here, you can see that we have here something that is called parameter, so what we have here, and then here you have something that's called playback, and it's basically in charge of all the state that we have into our on our animation tree. You can see that here we have our air state with like the mid jump and the start jump. You can see here we have the attack state with our swear state. You can see we have the damage state and the ground state. And you can also see that we have some condition that's been set up as well that we can toggle here on and off if we want to. So now that all of this is done, we have access to our animation tree. And what we need to do is we need to create a function that's gonna hold the path to that animation tree and the different blend mode, blend position that we have inside it. So for doing so, I'm going to create a function that I'm going to call anim_set. And here what I want to do is I want to call my anim_tree. So the variable that I have created right here. And here on anim tree, we have made a get, and here we're going to do set. So this is a set get. We can basically set information and get information. That's basically what it means. And so here, I can open quote parameters, and I can look for example, my air state. So I can go to my air state, and here you can see I have air state, start, jump, blend position. I can take this one in. And so now I need to assign another parameter. You can see that Godot is unhappy. It says that expect at least 2 but receive 1. Here the parameter that we are missing is sort of like direction. So here we need to get our movement input. We need to map that to our movement. So like this, it knows that it can be, that state can be triggered when we are pressing a key, for example. That's basically what it means. So now here I'm going to do anim tree.set. And here I'm going to look to parameter. I'm going to go to my attack state sword blend position. And then the same way I'm going to do movement like this. Then I'm going to go here, I'm going to do anim_tree.set. I'm going to open parenthesis, quote, and then here I'm going to look for parameters. And this time I'm going to go for my ground state idle. So where is it? Ground state idle blend position, this one. So here after that we can do movement as well. And then here I can do the same for my anim_tree.set parenthesis, quote, and this time we're going to look for our parameter for the ground state walk. So we're going to come here, where is it, ground state walk, blend position, and then movement. Then here we need to have 2 more states done, which is anim_tree.set, and this time we need to take a look at parameters ground state running blend position. So like that when we are running, we can do our thing. And then here, finally, we need to have another one, which is our earth state. So anim_tree.set, and here we can put the parameter, so parameter like this, and we can take a look at our earth ground. Where is it? Damage state, earth blend position, voila. And then here I can put movement. So now here, what we have done is we have given the path to our animation tree that holds all our different states. right? Then after that, we have created a variable that is in charge of getting the parameter playback of our animation tree. So like this, we can trigger those different states. And then here we are mapping a bit even more. We are not mapping. We are giving precision to Godot, saying that okay, when we have that animation here, we need to we need to trigger it by, for example, movement or something like this. So basically, it gives a sort of direction, like we are mapping our blend space. I'm going to show you, I'm going to explain a bit better. Here, when I go back to my ground state, I go back to idle. Here I have a blend mode. And so basically here we have direction. We have direction on the x-axis and the y-axis. You can see here we have 1, -1, -1, 1. So this is the matrix for moving the player. And basically this, we are mapping it to our movement. So basically when we are coming here into input movement, we have that variable movement here that stores all of our input. But we know that when we want to go to the left, but we go to the animation that is displayed here. We know that when we want to go to the right, we go to the animation that is displayed here, and so on, so on. So with that said, now I can just close my animation tree. I need to call that anim tree where I am checking my my direction. And so for that, what I can do is I can use my move function here. And in that move function, I have something it's called if direction. So here, what I can do is like I can just here do anim underscore set like this. And then it's gonna call my animation, and it knows that it's gonna map everything regarding the movement that we have. And so now here, what we need to do is we need to change the anim play. So what I'm gonna do here is like I'm gonna do Control K. Here I'm gonna do Control K and Control K. So just to comment all of this, I'm gonna do the same for my anim play jump, and I'm gonna do the same for my anim play as well. And I'm also gonna remove that and remove that as well. I'm just commenting it so you understand a bit the logic of it and you don't lose the code if you haven't noted or those kind of things. But if you want to delete it, you can, no problems. So now what we need to do is that if we go back to our animation tree, I'm going to go back to the root right here. Here we have a play mode. That play mode is called travel. And that travel is what we're going to use for calling our animation, for traveling from our state to our animation. For doing so, what we need to do is like we need to get our anim state. So anim state.travel. And here we can go to the state machine that we have. So here we have first our ground state, and then here when we are pressing a key, we are walking, so we want to go to walk. So we want to go here. So basically here what we need to do is like between the parentheses here, I need to first give the ground state path, then inside the ground state path I need to do walk. So here that's what I'm doing. I'm doing opening quote, ground underscore state, then slash, and then I put walk. Here you need to make sure that if you have, for example, a capital letter, but you need to put the capital letter, it has to match automatically. That really has to be the same. And so now we have done that. For example, we can copy that. We can put it into our else when we are idling. We can put it here, and instead of walk, here we can put idle, and make sure that you also write it the same way. And here, when we are running, we can go there as well. So here I can come here, and I can, instead of that, I can put my running. So like this, I have the path that is set up. So now let's make a test, and let's see if it works. I don't think it's going to work, but let's see. Voila, it doesn't work. That is normal. Because basically what we need to do here is one other thing. The thing that we need to do is that we need also to give a condition, because we have created condition right here, like when we are into our state. Here we have we arrive to our state. We have created some condition right there, and inside we have also created some condition too. So we need to have access to that. So for doing so, we need to get them through code. And the way we get them through code is this way. So this one took me quite some time to figure out, because there's like there's no documentation on this. So here what we need to do is we need to do something like this. We need to come into where we want to call our animations. For example, here I am on the walk. You need to come here and you need to do anim underscore anim underscore tree. So here we are calling our variable that was just right there, the anim tree, store the animation tree, and we come here. So where is it? I'm here, voila. So anim tree, and here we need to open square bracket, parenthesis, and then here we need to access our parameters, meters like this, slash ground underscore state slash condition slash moving, which is the name of our condition. And then outside of the square bracket, we need to set it to be equal to true. So like this is gonna turn that condition to true, and then it's gonna be able to travel to our state. We need to do the same for the other state. So here I can copy this one, for example, and I can put it here, something like this. But instead here of moving, we're gonna put like the other one. So for us here, it is running because we are on the run state. So we're gonna do running like this. And now I'm just clearing some space. And here we're gonna do the exact same thing as well. And so here we're gonna put standing. If I remember right, that's standing. I'm just gonna make a look. I'm just gonna take a look. So this is moving. This is standing. Okay, that's good. So here we are good to go. So now let's see if it works. I think it's not gonna work because I think I forgot something. Voila. So there's one thing that I forgot in my ground state here. So like I go back to my root. I am in my ground state. Click here. I need to connect my idle and walk to end. So I need to come here. I need to connect that to end, and I need also to call my running animation to end, because like this I will be able to automatically get out of that state if it's needed. So there is also, I think, one condition that I forgot, which is at the beginning. So when we are starting, we need to be having like one condition to be in our idle state. And that condition is to be, we need to be standing. So here in my move function, after, before I call my movement, actually, here I need to just copy the same line that I've created here. So anim tree, but like this time for standing. So this one right there, I need to copy it and I need to pass it right here. Like that, and I need to indent it. So I think I haven't forget anything else. So let's see. I still have a little problem here. So I definitely have forgot one step. So I'm just gonna take a look at what I have done. Well, the solution was very simple. It's because I have no animation into my walk and running. So I need to go here to my walk. I am on select mode. I am here, and here I need to put my animation. I knew I was forgetting something. So here I need to go to add animation, walk. Here I need to go to add animation, walk. Here I need to go to add animation, walk. And here I need to go to add animation and walk. Voila, sync. And then here I need to go to the ground state, and I need to go to my running animation. And so I need to do the same thing, add animation. This time it's running. Here, left click, add animation, running. Left click, add animation, and running. And here, add animation, and running. Voilà, and also click on sync. So now, with all that done, I was also having here a problem. Here I've put like walk and it was moving. So if it's the case, if you have follow everything line by line like I did, like you were probably having that problem right there. So now just to make sure, we have our start, idle. Idle, the connection from idle to walk is moving. The connection from walk to idle here is standing. From walk to running, this one here, it is running. From running to walk is moving. And from idle to running, this one here is running. And from running to idle, here is standing. Basically, if you have one thing that is important to know is that if you have a problem to display your state like that, it means that you have a problem with the animation on average. You can see right now everything works nicely. And if I go to my ground state, I can play my idle, I can play my walk, and I can play my running. Voila. So now when the only problem that we need to also correct that I've noticed is that here into my script, I'm just gonna close the animation tree tab. Here there is a S that is missing at condition, so we need to put it here. So condition up like that, condition like that, condition like this. And normally now everything should be working. So now I'm going to launch the game and everything should be working. Okay, I found where the problem was as well. It's because here on my anim state, parameter, it's not parameter, it's parameters. Voila. I'm annoyed at myself right now. So let's go. No. So let's go now, let's launch the game, and normally now it should work. Voila, now it works. And so now I can move my player like this, no problems. And so the good thing about this is that now we can, for example, have our other setup, our other code that is set up. For example, here I've tried to call my animation on when I am attacking, but it doesn't work. That's normal because now we need to do the same for the other state. So here I can close my debugger. And I can come to my my sword state, and in my sword state I globally need to do some stuff right here. So one thing that I need to do in my sword state is that I need to call my anim state travel. So here I need to come here, I need to do something like this, anim underscore state dot travel, and here I need to put my attack state, attack underscore state, and here I need to put sword, and I think I've capitalized the S in my attack state. Yes, that's the case, that's cool. So I can close that. And so here remember that my attack state, when I am on my animation into sword, like it resets state automatically. So here normally this should works. I don't think I've set up a condition in my animation tree for the ground state to the attack state, but there's one thing that is important though that I haven't tackled yet, is like here on attack state I need the switch. I need to put it from switch mode immediate to at end, so like this it can play the animation and then it goes back to the ground state. So let's have a look, let's see if this time I have an error. So it's good, and I go back. Okay, and so now that we have done that, we just need to do the sprint and then we can pass to the blend mode. So let's go back to our code. So I close this, and so I just need to globally do the same thing that I've done with my the other thing that I've done for my move delta. So here I have my anim tree, I set my condition to true, and then I travel. So here basically I need to do the same for my running, but you can see it's already the case, so that's good. So here basically now if I press and stuff, I can run, I can have my animation displayed nicely. So that's good. So now the only problem that we have so far right now is for the jump. So for the jump, if I go back here, I close that tab right there, I go to my jump here, I don't have any way to create my my jump. So here what I need to do is I need to get the same way that I've done here. I need to trigger my animation to true, and then I need to get my anim state to travel to my jump animation. So here I can delete that, for example, and I can come to so I can do anim underscore tree square bracket, and then I can just come here and I can say parameters, and I think it was jumping, parameters condition, parameters slash conditions with a S this time, jumping, and here out of the quote I can put equal true, and then I can travel to my anim dot state dot travel, and here I can go to my jump. What am I doing here? No, up, I can go to my air state, air underscore state slash jump. I think it's start jump if I remember right. So start underscore jump, and I'm just gonna make sure anim tree air state and start jump. So that's good. And so when we're gonna trigger the start jump, I'm gonna go to the mid jump. So let's have a look. I hope I'm not gonna have any mistake. So for now I have nothing. Okay. So the reason why we have nothing for our jump state, it's normal, is because our jump is fragmented. And so we have, when we go back to the animation tree, we have our ground state, we have a condition jumping to go to our air state, but then after that we have landing, and then we are going back to the ground state. So here we have some extra step that we need to do. So one of the extra step is to create a new state into our state machine, and that state gonna be falling. So here on my enum player state, I am gonna create a new state that I'm gonna call falling, like this. Now that I have done that, what I can do is that I can just make a reference to that into my jump state. So in my jump state, so I need to go back to my jump state here. I need to make a reference to that. But how do I do that? Because the problem that we have here is that we want to be able to play the mid jump at least until we are starting to fall. So we need to check our velocity. So here what we can do is this. First, I'm just gonna stop this one here. I'm just gonna put on a ground state like this because it's running all the time and that's disturbing. So here I'm coming back here, close the animation tree. And so in my jump state, what I need to do is that I can do something like this. I can say if velocity dot y is I think greater than 5.0, then we are going down. So here current state is equal to player underscore state dot falling, like this. But this is not fully enough because now we need to obviously do something with that player state, because that player state in my physics process data, there's nothing yet there. So what we need to do is I'm gonna create a new state here under jump to make it coherent. I'm gonna call it fall or falling. Falling actually gonna be a better name. Falling, and between parentheses I'm gonna pass a delta. And here what I need to do is I need to globally trigger my landing animation. So for that, what I can do is I can create some condition. And here what I can say is, for example, if is underscore on underscore floor, then I need to trigger my my condition right here. So for that, what I need to do here, I just need to come back. I'm going to close that. I'm going to come here and I'm going to say the exact same thing that I've done before. Like for example here, like what I need to do is I need to do anim underscore tree, open square bracket, open quote, parameters slash conditions slash on underscore ground. I need to go out of it and say equal to true. And then here I need to take my anim state and I need to say dot travel, and here I can go to landing, my animation that I have in my animation tree state. And I've made a typo, which seems to be the norm today. So we are good to go right now. So let's have a look now. You can see that now I'm jumping, but I never go back on the floor. So the fact that I have specified that if my velocity is if I'm falling, basically, like I'm changing my state, and then after that I needed to go to the fall. But the problem is that we haven't here call our state. So here we need to do player state dot falling like this. Here I need to redirect that state to falling, and I need to pass my delta between the parentheses. So let's have a look. And now I can't move, and this is normal because I need to reset my state. So on my landing animation, I'm gonna go to my animation. First, I'm gonna go to my animation tree, and I'm gonna untick the fact it is active. Where is it? Up, tuck like this, voila, boom. I need to untick my active right here. I need to go to my animation player, animation, and here I need to go to my jump land, and I need to do, as I've done for the sword attack, I need to come around here. So I'm just gonna untoggle the snap. I'm gonna come something like here, and here I'm gonna add track, call method track, and here I'm gonna call my track on my player because it's all the script. And here I'm just gonna do right click, insert key, and I'm gonna take a look for my reset state. So like this, that animation will be played, and when it will arrive here, it will play that animation, that function right here, which is resetting our state to move. So that's good. So now I can go back to animation tree and retoggle active. But I don't think it's going to be enough. So let's have a look. Voila. See, we have like something weird going on right there. This is what I was looking to show you. So basically what's going on here is like we still have some problem to set up the jump. And the reason why I'm showing you all of this is because normally when you see 3D type stuff, you always like 3D tutorial, that's what I mean. When you see 3D tutorial, they always show you like very basic jump, but with no like animation that are like properly set. And that's why I'm showing you all of this. I don't say that like my method is like the best. I'm saying that my method is one that I found that works so far. So right now we need to do some setup. One of the setup that I need to do here is that in my jump function, I need to add move and slide because we are changing state. And here, basically, when we are going up, we also need to go down. So it means that we move and slide. So here in my jump function, I need to call my move and slide. So let's have a look. I'm coming here, move and slide. And so now it's going to change something, but it's not going to be enough. So now I'm going to jump. You can see that now we have the animation that play right, but now my players stay in the air. That's normal as well. It's because right now, because we have changed state, we need now to reset our how to say, we need to reset our gravity as well. So the best way to do so is to, in our falling state, what we can do is we can create here a new variable that I'm going to call new_gravity, and that new gravity variable, I'm going to set it to be equal to gravity times 2. So like this, we will like fall a little bit more quick than our normal gravity. And then what we need to do here is we need to do velocity dot y is minus equal new gravity times delta. So when we're gonna jump, we're gonna get into our player state falling, and then we're gonna, in our player state falling, we're gonna enter into that state, we're gonna bring the gravity back, and when we're gonna be on floor, we're gonna be playing our landing animation. And here, the same way, what we need to do is we need to also have move and underscore slide. And we need also to have another thing, but I'm gonna show you later, so let's have a look. So I'm jumping, and you can see right now, boom, voila. I am playing my animation globally nicely. So now there's one thing that is missing. If I jump and I try to move, I can't. You see, like I can move and jump, but then I can't control my jump. So here what we need to do is we need also to call our input movement as well. So here I need to do input movement, and here I need to pass my delta. So now I'm going to be able to control my jump. So let's have a look. Now I can jump, and you can see I can control my stuff. So that's good. So up, voila. Now I can control my jump, so that's perfect. So that's good. So now what we need to get is that we need to set up the blend mode that we're going to use to transition from one animation to the others. And so remember, in the animation tree, I'm going to go back to here. When we are clicking, so here I'm on the select mode, when we are clicking on one of the transition, we have activated our switch or advanced, but here there's something that we haven't paid attention to, which is X-fade time. This is where you are configuring how quick you are transitioning from one state to another. For example, I'm going to show you. So right now I'm going to go on my ground state to, I don't know, let's see. I'm going to come from idle to walk, okay? So I am in my ground state. Here I am on select mode, and I am on that transition from idle to walk. I have my X-fade time here that is at 0. So I'm going to put it at 1, for example. And the walk, I'm going to put it at 1 as well, for example, just to show you. So here I'm going to launch the game. I'm playing my animation. I'm playing, and you can see, voila, right now it takes its time to go back to the transition to the main animation, as you can see. When I am like, if you pay attention, I'm going to put it in full screen. I'm going to put myself like this. See, like right now I'm going to click on my right arrow key, so it's going to move my player to the right. You can see after 1 second it starts to transition to the walk animation. So that's where you can actually set those things up. So here what you need to do, what works on average for me quite well is dot one. Dot one works very well. So I just go back to my animation tree right here. So I come back here, I put dot one. And for running from like my walk to running, I don't know, like let me check in my test project, but I think I've put it at 0, yes. And like, because like when we are sprinting, per default, we want to transition quick. So that gives a little kick. So that's good. So now we can do that for the rest of the things. So here, ground state, for example, I can put that to dot one, for example, if I want to. Air state, but this like we don't need that specifically. And here what we can put is we can put dot one for the landing to ground state. Or you can also put 0 if you want. That's fine, because when you're landing, you maybe want to transition straight away. So let's have a look. So now I'm just going back, and you can see that it's already a bit better. So now we can jump. That's good. So we have something that works quite well right now. I have a little bit of speed here for some reason when I'm jumping. So I think it's because of my gravity. So let's have a look. I'm just gonna close that. I'm gonna maybe multiply that by 0.2 just to have a look. So let's see. Yes, so here like I see where the mistake come from. So okay, so here what we need to do is we need to leave it like this, or what I need to do is I just need to like put my gravity like that. And so right now we're going to make a little test. I'm showing you lots of stuff like this. Voila. So here it's going to be way better. So basically it moves also my speed for some reason. So like that's the thing. But anyway, so right now we have like a character that is moving quite okay. We have like a jump that is also set up quite okay. And so now we have we need to continue to make the blend mode. So from my ground state to my attack state, I need to have a blend mode. So here on ground state to attack state, I don't need to have the blend mode, but here I can put, for example, .1, that will be good. From the attack state, damage state to attack state, I can put .1, and I also can change my advance here, my switch to at end. And so that will be the thing, I think. And from ground state here, from damage state to ground state, I can also put that, the switch, I can put it from immediate to at end. So like this, it will trigger the animation, right? And from there, like we are good. Huh? Now we have like lots of things that has been set up. So I go back to my player. I'm going to change a bit my speed. I need to go back to my player. In my world one, I need to go here and I can change my speed now. So my jump force, I'm going to leave it at, I think I'm going to put it at 8. The speed, I'm going to leave it at 4. And I'm just going to make a little test. So I'm moving, I can attack, everything is going right. I can attack and moving, but I don't have an attack when I move. But that's okay. And I also can sprint if I want to, like this. So that's good. And I can jump, and that's all right too. So let's see. Yeah, I've met something. I've met the problems. Probably it was just a little bug. So, but yeah, so that's good. So everything works quite well. So now we have the basic of a full character controller that is quite simple compared to the standard of 3D game, but for beginner it is quite complex. I have some error here. Let's take a look at what they do. They say there's a mismatch in the number of start transition. Okay, this is some error. I don't know if it's me who is making something bad, or if it is something that is in Godot and stuff. But anyway, for now I'm gonna ignore it. So right now we've done quite a lot of stuff. So we can finally go out of the animation tree, and now we can start to pay attention to other things. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to start also to create an health manager for being able to give damage to our player and also kill him. So for that, what we're going to do is we're not going to create something in that in the script of our player. We're going to create a new script. So for that, I'm going to go to File. I'm going to go here to New Script. The new script gonna just inherit a simple node like this one. It's enough. And then here, what I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna save that script into a new folder. Actually, maybe I'm gonna put it into my entity script, my player here. I think I'm gonna create a new folder, and that folder I'm gonna call it global, something like this. I'm gonna put it here, and that script I'm gonna call it elf underscore manager, something like this. I'm gonna click on open, and I'm on template empty, and I'm gonna click on create. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna show you how you can create a class that is static in Godot, which means what that means is that when you have a static class, it's a class that can be accessed by all the objects that you have in your game. So for example, let's say that this box here, I'm gonna just put myself on the normal stuff by clicking on Control and 1. So let's say that this box here, that white box, is an enemy, and let's say that we have like lots of other enemies, so I can like duplicate them, all those kind of things, and we have lots of other enemy. That class can potentially access that, an object can access my class elf manager, and so it can inflict damage as well to me. And this is a good thing to do, because when you want to have like data like elf manager, or like you know, the number of lives that you have, the weapons that you have, what you have collected, this kind of thing, it's a very good idea to not put everything into your player script, but having a specific script for that. So I'm gonna go back to my script. I'm gonna click here on that little arrow, and I have my elf manager that is right here. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it a name, class name, and here I need to give it a name. So for me, it's gonna be elf manager, or you can also call it player manager. That will work as well, like it's up to you. So here I'm gonna call it elf manager because I want that script to be doing everything regarding the elf of the player. So here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a static variable that we're gonna be able to access to give a number of life to our player. So for creating a static variable, what we're gonna do is like we're gonna say static var, then I'm gonna call it life, and I'm gonna set it to be equal to 4 per default. So now I can come, for example, into my player, and in my player I can make a reference to that elf manager, and I can assign my number of lives. So for example, I can come here, and here, for example, I can put something like var elf, and here I can set it to be equal to elf manager dot life. And then it's gonna automatically, when I'm gonna, for example, I'm gonna create a function ready, which is the function that we use when we are launching the game. So here, I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna just make a simple print, and that print gonna be my elf, and it's gonna print 4. But like what we can do is we can put quote here like this, and I can say the number of life is, I can make a space, colon, and space, and then I can go out of the quote and put a comma, and then it's gonna print my elf. So let's have a look. We're gonna see that in the manager. So here, the number of life is 4. So now here we have the basic of a elf manager that we can use into our game. So now what can we do for getting impact from something to our player? We need for that to create an area 3D. So that area 3D, I'm gonna put it on my player, click on plus, and I'm gonna look for an area 3D. And that area 3D gonna have a collision shape. And that collision shape gonna be a sphere. Something, sphere, voila, yeah. And I'm gonna take that that area 3D, and I'm gonna put it somewhere like this. And I think in terms of size, it looks all right. So that area 3D, I'm gonna call it hitbox, and the collision shape, I'm gonna call it hitbox underscore collider. So now what we can do is we can connect that hitbox to my player. So like this, when something enter in contact with that hitbox, we can subtract 1 point of life to our player. So the first thing I want to do here is I want to go back to my world, and I want to take my my box here, this one, where is it? Item, this one here. I want to take that, and we already have an area 3D right here, as you know, and so we can create another area 3D that will be entering in contact with the player. So here on my item, I can create an area 3D. I can create a collision shape. And that collision shape can be a box. That area 3D, I'm gonna rename it hitbox, and that collision shape, I don't need to rename it. The only thing that I need to do is I need to make my box shape a little bit bigger, so I'm gonna do something like this. So it just enter in contact nicely with my player. So when we will enter into that, it will subtract life to my player, for example. So it's just for showing you how it works. After that, we're gonna do something relatively the same, but just better. So here, we're gonna click on the hitbox, we're gonna use a signal, and here I'm gonna use area enter, because I want to get, I want to enter into contact with the area of my player. So here I need to connect that to my item script of my box. So I need to do here connect, and it's gonna create that script into my item script. So here what I need to do is I just need to say something like here on the hitbox of my player, I need to give it a group, for example. That's the best way to do. So here I'm gonna say, for example, player hitbox, something like that, and I'm gonna copy it, Control C. I'm gonna add, and so now, for example, in my world, here I can say the same way we have done here. If area.is_in group, like this, and then between the quote I can put player hitbox. Then here what I can do is I can connect to my elf manager dot life. I think it's life. Let me check. Elf manager life without s, so that's cool. Life, and here I can say minus equal 1, and then I can print elf manager dot life just to see if it works. The last thing that we need to do is just that we need to set up the collision layer, obviously. So we need to go to hitbox, and here I'm going to go to the inspector, and I'm going to make sure that it can collide with the hitbox of my player. So here I'm going to put this one on, let's say, so here I have one, it's player, this one is world, this one is item. Here I'm going to put it, just for this test, I'm going to put it on 4, and it's going to collide with 1, which is the hitbox of my player. And here the layer, I'm going to leave it on 1, but I'm going to put it to collide on 4. So now let's have a look. So now I'm just going to put that here. What I'm going to also do, sorry, I'm just going to do a debug. So I'm going to make the visible collision shape. So like this, we can see if we are entering in contact or not with the box. So here I am here. And so normally, here I'm going to enter in contact with that box, and it's going to print here 3, then 2, then 1. So let's see, 3, 2, 1, 0, and then after that it goes minus, -2, -3, etc. For now we're not gonna do much more than that, because we need to also like set up the UI and those kind of things. But I was just looking to show you how we can do something like this, because like that we can now use that for also changing the state of our player, and we can, for example, make him display the earth animation. So now let's tackle the fact to display the earth animation. So we need to make a little change in this, which is into the animation of our animation player of the player. We need to go to my hit react, and first we need to do like we have done before for the sword and stuff. We need to reset the state when it arrives at the end of the animation. So like this, we will go back to our state move that handles our idle state as well. So here we're gonna click, I'm gonna re-show you, click on add track, call method track, and we're gonna put that on the player one, because it's the node that has the script. Then click on OK, then just go down a little bit, right click insert key, and we're gonna go here, look for the reset state, click on open. And so now when we're gonna display the animation, when it's gonna reach there, it's gonna play the hit react animation. So that's good. So now what we need to do is we need to go back to our player, and here we need to create a new state. And that new state is going to be called earth. And we're going to be in need here in our player state falling. We're going to be in need to create a new reference to that state. So player state dot earth, and here for now I'm going to pass like this. So I need to come down. Me on average, I like to do things logically. So here after word, what I'm going to do is like I'm going to put my function here and I'm going to call it earth. And so here what I want to do is like I just want to globally play that animation. So here what I need to do is I need to do like what I've done before. I think I don't need to automatically have a condition that is set up to true to work. I think I just need to do anim underscore state dot travel, and here I can just go to my state, damage state, I think, if I remember right, damage state earth. Okay, so here I can just come here and I can put damage underscore state slash something like this. And so after that, it will go back to the normal thing. So now here I can come here and I can put that into my player state. I can put earth like that. But how do I trigger that? I can trigger that the same way that we have triggered the fact that we are losing our health. We can just create a signal on our script. So for that, I just click on my hitbox of my player. I go to node, I go to signal right here, and I can do something like this. I can do area enter, connect, and so it's gonna connect my hitbox to my player script. I can come here. And so now I can here just call my current state player. So here I do current state equal player state dot earth. Voila. So now let's have a look. Let's see if it works. I come here and you can see it works, and then it goes back to normal. So now we have the basic for like displaying our earth animation, and we're gonna use some stuff that are similar. If you want to be, you can also code some pushback, but here you don't really need to. But like you can do something. Here we have already now the basic for like coding our earth animation, for displaying our earth animation. So that's good. So now we can continue and we can move on, and we're gonna start to create UIs. We're gonna display the number of life for player with a system of art, and then after that we will do some other stuff. So let's continue. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start to work on the GUI, because now I would like to have the number of life of my player displayed on the screen. So for that, we're going to be in need to have like a little system. So I'm going to create a system of heart like you have in Zelda and many games. And for that, you need to have like a little props. So you can go on my itch.io, like a 2D RPG asset. I will put it in the link in the description. And you can download this art sprite sheet right there. That's what we're going to use for this video. So for me, it is in one folder of my previous course. So like I'm just gonna put it into, I think I'm gonna put it into my asset. I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna put it, I think I'm gonna put it here. So I'm gonna open that, I'm gonna drag it just right here in my asset, and I'm gonna leave it like this. So that's fine. So now I have that. So now what we need to do is we need to create our GUI. So for creating our GUI, I'm gonna create on the plus here to create a new scene, and I'm gonna use a new type of node that we haven't used up to now, which is called a Canva layer. A Canva layer is a node that you use for creating an overlay on your actual game. And so here we go, here we put Canva layer. So this is this one here. We click on create, and I'm gonna rename it GUI. And on that Canva layer, what it does is that it brings something to your, it creates an overlay on your game. So here, that GUI is going to be in need of having one thing, which is displaying a sprite. So here we're going to click on the plus, and we're going to look for a sprite 2D. And so now we are jumping automatically into the 2D viewport of Godot. And here we're going to be able to drag our texture. So here I am taking my art sprite sheet and I put it on texture. And here, if I zoom, I think it is pixelated. Yes. So here what I'm going to do is like I'm going to do project setting. And here I'm going to go to texture and I'm going to put it to nearest. So like this, it's going to make the pixel art crisp. So now that this is done, we just need, because here I have like the spreadsheet is made of 5 sprites, and it's made for like having like to be able to lose 1/4 of a art, then basically you can lose 1/4, 2/4, 3/4, 4/4, but I'm not going to use that here. Here we're going to just use like, we're going to lose 1 life every time we're going to get like a damage. So here I'm going to go to animation and I'm going to put the horizontal frame to 5. And so now we just have this that displayed. So I'm gonna just go back to my GUI sprite here, and what I want to do, I want to collapse that. I want to go to my transform and I want to put the scale at, I will say 2, and then I want to move it around here. I think here will be all right. So now I can save it. I can save that scene here. I can create a new folder that I'm gonna call UI, and I'm gonna save my GUI right there. On the GUI, I'm going to create a script. And so for that, I click on my GUI and I click here on the script button. I can come here to put that script into a specific folder. So for me, it's going to be, for example, my script folder, my UI script. And here I'm going to save my GUI right there. I'm going to click on create. And this is where we're going to create the logic of our art. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go back to my scene. And I want to go click here on 3D. I want to click here on World 1. And I want to click on that little chain icon here to instance my GUI scene. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to instance it. And so now let's have a look how it displays. You can see that now we are displaying 1 heart automatically. And if I move around, this is following the player and stuff like that. We don't have any problem to spatialize text or image in 2D, in 3D, in Godot. Like in some other engine, that can be a very big problem, but in Godot, it's not the case. So that's a very good thing. It makes everything quite easy. So now, globally, what we need to do is we need to create the logic for the script. And so for that, what we're going to do here is like I'm going to be in need of creating something. So I'm going to first create some variable. It's going to be a constant, which a constant, if you're new to programming, it's a variable that you can't change through code. You set the value to 6, it will be always 6. So here that constant, I'm going to call it art row size, like this, row size, and I'm going to set it to be equal to 8. And here I'm going to create a new one that is called art offset. If you have watched my tutorial up to now, you are very familiar with that, or if you have bought my course, you're very familiar with that, because that's the method I'm using all the time to create my GUI. So here, what I'm doing is like I'm specifying a maximum number of art to display horizontally, and I'm also specifying an offset between art. So basically, if I launch the game back, I will not be able to have more than 8 art on that line, and each art will be separated by 16 pixels. So right now, what we need to do is we need to go to the ready function and we need to create a loop to instance a number of art that is related to the number of life that we have. So here we're going to create a loop, and so for that we come here on the ready function. We're going to say for I in, it was what, player, how have I called my script, elf manager. So up, I'm going to come here and I'm going to put elf manager dot life. So here we're gonna basically iterate in each life that we have in our elf manager. And so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna create a new art. And so here what I'm gonna do is, like I'm gonna show you, I create the variable new art and I'm gonna set it to be equal to a sprite2d.new. So this will create automatically a new sprite through code. So I'm gonna show you, I'm putting sprite, no, if I'm making typo, it's not gonna work. Sprite2d.new. So here it will create a new sprite according to the number of lives that we have here. So if we were having 16 life, it will create 16 new sprite. Then what we need to do is like, this is not enough. It's just going to create a sprite, but that sprite is going to be empty per default. So we need to get the texture that we have in our sprite. You can see here we have, if I get my mouse over this property texture, here we have our texture, our PNG. So we need because we are creating that new art, we need also to copy the texture. So now what we can do is like we can come here and we can say new art dot texture to be equal to sprite to. I'm gonna rename this one here. I'm gonna rename this one art. So here I can do now $art dot texture. So here what I'm doing is like I'm creating my new art, which is a new sprite 2D. And because the sprite 2D has that texture slot that is right here, I'm saying, okay, with that new art created, now you also need to get the original texture that we have in our art right here. So basically we are assigning that texture to the new art variable that we are creating. So then after that, we need also to copy the hreframe. So here we have hreframe, and this is like the setup that we have made to display only one art instead of the 5 that we have in our sprite sheet. So for that, we do new art dot hreframes, and here we set it to be equal to the $art dot hreframes, like this. And then what we finally do is we do $art dot add child, and here you can put new art. So here what it's gonna do is like it's gonna add those new art as a child of our sprite 2D here. You can also do it in another way, but like this, for me, it works very fine. So now we need to create the logic for our art, because if I launch the game, you're gonna see, I'm launching the game, I go back to my remote control. First, you can, to my remote scene, I'm gonna open my world 1 here. That remote is something that I haven't shown up to now in this tutorial, but this you have the local, which is your actual scene, and here you have remote, which is the scene that is loaded. And so here, if I go to my my scene, you can see that here I have one art that is displayed. But if I go to GUI here and I go to art, now I have 4 art that are displayed. The problem is that they are all displayed on top of each other, so we don't see them. So here, what we can do is now we can use those textures that those constants that we have created right here to actually like space them the right way so they are visible to us. So now for that, we're gonna create a new for loop, and that for loop gonna be for art in $art.getChildren. So this will have the logic of this will be that it's gonna check all the instance art, the sprite 2D that we have created that will be instanced to our art texture here. So it will go over that. And so now here what we can do is like we can create an index, and here we can set that index to art.get_index like this. So here we are creating, we are storing into a variable an index that is matching the number of children that we have in our art texture, because in our art sprite 2D, because remember that we have created that variable that is basically checking what we have instance as our as a children of our sprite 2D here. And so then with that done, what we can do is we can create just like a way to space them together. So here we're gonna do var x, and in that var x we're gonna make a little calculation, which is gonna be a modulo. We're gonna do index with the % sign and art_row_size, and then we're gonna multiply it by the art offset, and then we're gonna take our variable y and we're gonna set it to another modulo. It's gonna be index this time divided by our art row size, and here we're gonna multiply it by our art offset, like this. So now globally we just need to assign our art position to those vectors we have created right here. So for that we need to say art.position is equal to vector 2 x and y. So now let's have a look. I'm going to launch the game, and now you can see that we have 4 art are displayed nicely. And if I change, for example, the variable art offset right here, let's say I put it at 32, let's see what's going on. Now you can see that they are spaced quite heavily. So here, like we have the basic for displaying our number of art. The problem is that our index per default is taking this art specifically, but us, what we want is we want to have one heart full when we have one life, and we want to display one black heart when we have lost a life. So for that, we need to create a little bit of logic here. So here we're gonna create a variable that we're gonna call last_heart, and we're gonna use a new function that is built in Godot that is called floor, which is it's rounding float number. So for example, if you have 1.2, it will round it to 1. So like this, we make sure that we have an integer because our life is an integer. So we need to make sure that we are rounding number accordingly. Otherwise, we're going to have error. So here we can take our health manager dot life. So like this, we have the number that we need to check. And then here we can make an index. We can get our index. So if index is greater than last heart, then we can put our heart.frame to be equal to 0. Then if index double equal last heart, then here we can get our heart.frame to be equal to our health manager dot life minus our last heart, like this, and we can multiply it by 4. And then if it's not the case, if index is smaller than last heart, then what we need to do is to put our heart.frame to be equal to 4. To be equal to 4, like that. And so with that done, normally now we should have, what is it? What's going on? Is because I've made a bad indent, so it doesn't recognize my index because my index is instanced here. So here you need to make sure that this part of the code is inside the loop here. Otherwise, it's not going to recognize the thing. So voila. Now I can do that. I can clear the error, and so I can come here. And so now we're going to have 4 hearts that are full. And if I come here in that zone that we have set up earlier when I am losing my life, I'm losing 1 point of life. If I come here, boom, you can see I'm losing 1 heart. Boom, I'm losing 2 heart. Boom, 3 heart. Boom, 4 heart. And then after that, I can't display anymore, and we're going to be need to trigger some dev state. So that's what we're going to do soon. But first, before to create the dev state, what I want to do is I want to create a camera shake that is giving a feedback when we are losing our life or when we are taking a damage. That's what we're going to do now. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a camera shake for when we are getting hurt by something. So we need to go back to world 1, and here I'm going to go put myself in 3D. I'm going to remove those errors here, and I'm going to go to my camera, so right here. And what I want to do is I want to create a script. So I'm going to create a script here with my camera 3D selected. I'm going to click here, and I'm going to call it camera_shake. And I'm going to put it into my UI folder. So UI script folder here and UI script. I'm going to put it here. Voila. And it's going to take a camera 3D as our main class. So now here we need to, what I would like to do is like, I would like to create a bit of a random type camera shake that is never fully the same, but that is giving like the feedback that we need when we get damage. So for that, first what we need to do is we need to define 2 variables. So it's going to be an export, so like this it's easy to tweak in the inspector. So we're going to do something like export var, we're going to call it period, and I'm going to set it to be equal to 0.3. This will be the time of the amount of time that the camera shake will potentially last. And here we're going to create another variable that I'm going to call export as well, var, and I'm going to call it magnitude. So this is going to be the intensity of the shake that I want. So now here what I'm going to do is like I'm going to just delete those things. And what I want to do is I want to be able to sort of toggle that, and so for that I'm going to need to create a function. So I'm going to call it camera shake, like this. And what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to first store my initial transform. So my transform is my actual here position, rotation, and stuff like that. So here what I want to do is I want to store my initial transform, so initial_transform, and I want to set it equal to be self.transform. So I want to make a copy of what I have at the beginning. before we call the camera shake. So like this, I can store those values. Then I want to create a variable like I'm going to call elapsed time. And here I want to set it to be equal to 0.0 per default. Here we're going to create a while loop. So I'm going to say while elapsed underscore time is smaller than period. Then here what I want to do is I want to create a new variable that's going to store a vector3 because we are making a camera shake in a 3D world, so we need to use a vector3. So here I'm going to say var offset, and I'm going to set it to be equal to a vector3, like this. And for clarity, what I'm going to do is like I'm going to just put that code on 2 lines. So I'm just going to click on enter, and here we're going to look for a function that we haven't used yet, which is randf underscore range. What this is doing is taking a range of float number. That's why there is a f here. Range stands for like a random range, and here the f stands for float. And so here what we want to do, between parentheses, we want to do minus magnitude and then magnitude. So we want to pick a range between negative magnitude and positive magnitude. So between minus 0.03 to 0.3. That's what we want to do here. Then I put a comma. And then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another randf range for the other vector that we have, because we have 3 vectors. We have x, y, z. And so here what I want to do is I want also to do minus magnitude and then magnitude. And then finally, what I want to do is I want to do 0.0, and then we can close our parentheses. So that's a good thing. So now that we have that, what we can do is that we can also have something else. So elapsed time, I've made a typo, elapsed time, voila. That's good. So now what we need to do is we need to access that. So we can set self.transform dot origin to our initial underscore transform dot origin, and then we can say plus offset, so the variable that we have created right here, that is basically the shake time of our the camera shake. That this is the camera shake basically. And then what we want to do is we want to check the elapsed time, so elapsed time, and we want to set it to plus equal get process delta time. So this is a function that we can use in Godot to actually get the delta time of the actual game. And then here we can await get underscore tree, and here we can put process underscore process frame, sorry, not process time, process frame. And then we can get out of that loop by indenting it on the while line here, and we can say self.transform is equal to initial transform, which this will reset our transform position after we have created the shake. So this is that part. So now what we can do is we can store a reference to that into our actual script. So for that, what we need to do in the player script. So for that, what we need to do is we need to go back in our player script where we are like getting hurt. So here it's on hitbox area entered, and we need to connect that through code. So for that, what we can do is I can come here and I can do an onReady var at onReady var camera underscore shake, camera shake, yeah, I think I can call it like this, and then I can just get my actual camera here like that, and then here I can just come here and I can just say camera shake dot camera shake here, and it will call what we have here. And that's why if you were wondering, I think I haven't mentioned it, but that's why here I've put an underscore at that the naming convention of this function here, underscore camera shake, because for the clarity, for clarity for myself, the camera 3D, I've called it camera shake here. So like that, I access the script camera shake, and then I access that function through code. And so now let's have a look. Let's launch. I'm gonna come here and let's see. And you can see that now, boom, we have the camera that check. So that's the basic of having a camera check. And you can, if you go to the camera, you go to the inspector, you can change here the period. So for example, I can put a period of 0.9 and I can put a magnitude of 0.2, for example. Let's see, 0.2. And so now let's launch the game. You can see it check for like 0.9 seconds, and the magnitude is a little bit less intense. And so here you can play with that. So for example, you can put 0.2 here. Here you can put a magnitude of 0.1, and you can have a lighter camera check. Voila, something like this. So here it's up to you. You play with the value that you want. It's fine. So now with that done, what we need to do is now we need to kill our player. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to create a dead state. So like this, we can restart the game. So we have the possibility to check if we are losing life and stuff. And so like when I'm getting to like 0 art like this, I want to die. I want to display my animation. I don't want to be able to move while I'm displaying my animation, and I want to reload the game. So here what we're going to be in need to do is we need to we're gonna be in need to create a new state at the top of our enum called dead. Then what we need to do is we need to have the possibility to reset our state from dead to player state.move when we are going back to it. So technically speaking, you can do that, for example, by going into the animation of our player, for example. So I need to go back to my player right here, animation, and here, for example, I can put a new method track. But technically speaking, I don't think we need it because we are reloading the game, and when we are reloading the game, we are automatically on our player state.move. So here, what we need to do is we need to make a check to see if we have a certain amount of life or not. So here, what we can do is this. We are losing 1 point of life when we have something that enter in the hitbox of our player. So this box right here, which is a sphere for us, when something enter into this, we are losing 1 point of life. So what we can do is in the script here, when we are traveling to our state machine Earth, which is right here, we can make the check right there. We can say if health manager is greater or equal to 4, then we can indent that and we can go to anim state.travel Earth. And here, what we can do, dot life, sorry, I made a mistake, dot life, like that. So that's cool. And so if health manager is dot life is smaller or equal to 0, then what we can do is we can change our current state to the dead state. So here what we can do is like we can say current state equal player underscore state dot dead. And then what we can do is like we can create a function just to make it clear. You can also just put anim state travel to dead, for example, but we're going to create a function for that, so it's going to be a bit more like easy to tackle. So here I'm just gonna go here and I'm gonna do anim underscore state dot travel. And how did I put that in my animation tree? I don't remember. I have my I don't have a dead state, so I need to create my dead state. So I'm gonna put it into my ground state. Here I'm gonna put that, I think, right there. So I'm gonna do add animation and actually add blendspace dead, like this. And here what I want to do is I want to create my dead animation. So here I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna put myself on create point right here. I'm gonna make a left click, add animation, def, add animation, def, add animation, def, and I need to just come here, add animation, def. And I just need to make sure, I'm just gonna click here and I'm just gonna put this one a bit down if I can take it, voila. And so like this, everything is good. Okay, so now it's good. I just need to click on sync and that's it. So now I just need to connect it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that a little bit like this. I'm going to put the end right here. And I'm also gonna put this one right there, and I'm gonna connect it to my other state as well. So here I'm gonna create one single transition. I'm gonna just not put it automatically. I'm gonna do something like this, something like this, something like this. So, and then here I can also connect it like this. So what I want to do is now I want to trigger that. So for that, I need to come here. I need to put comma ground underscore state, because this is in my ground state, a nested state machine, and I've called it dead, so it's going to travel up to here. What we need to do as well is we need to put our velocity to be equal to a vector free dot zero, because we don't want to be able to move the player when we are dead. And then what we want to do is when we're dead, we want to, when the game has been played, we want to be able to reload our scene. So what we can do here is we can do this. We can just create a function for that, and we can call it reload underscore scene. And then here, what I can do is I can just say get underscore tree dot reload current scene. And I can also, I am in need also to reset the number of life of my player, otherwise my player gonna die continuously. So here I need to do health manager dot life is equal to 4. So with that done, now the only thing that we need to do is in our animation player, animation, we go to def, and here we're gonna click on add track, call method track. We're gonna call the method on the player because it has the script, click on OK. And then here I'm just gonna zoom something like this. I'm gonna untoggle the snap. Here, when I'm getting at the end, something like this, what I want to do is I want to call my my function here. So I'm making a right click, and I'm calling my function reset. Where is it? Reload current scene. It doesn't display here. It is here. Voila, it is here. So reload current scene, and so like this, it's gonna reload the scene. So let's have a look. Let's see if it works. So I come here, taking 1 damage. You can see, voila, I have a problem here right now, so that's interesting. So let's see how it looks like. Damage earth. So it go to my earth, earth. And do I have something in my earth animation? Let me check. Earth. Where is it? It react. Here I reset state, and for some reason it doesn't work. If health manager is greater or equal to 4. Voilà, okay. Is greater or equal to 1. That's what I need to do here. That's where the mistake comes from. Voila. So here, voila, I can come back, boom, come back, and here I don't display my animation. So I have a problem of connection here, and so what I have actually is like that ground state. I need to also call it in my anim tree, because here it's not present. So I need to set it. So here I need to do anim underscore tree dot set, and then here I need to get my parameter, and I need to go to my dead state. So dead blend position, and I need to be setting it to movement. So now let's have a look. I can come here, boom. I can take the hit, boom, like that. And here, still it doesn't display. So I have a little problem of connection. Okay, so let's have a look. This is normal, is because I also forgot one thing yet again. So here, I need to do player underscore state dot dead. I am in my match statement where I'm matching all my state. And here I just need to call my function dead, because if I don't call my function, then how can I trigger my dead animation? So let's have a look now. Voila, getting the hit, boom, voila, that's good. So now we are able to die, and we are able to like go back to something like this. And if you want maybe to have like you can here create transition when you die, for example. So you come here, and then when you're gonna die, at the end of it, you can call, for example, a transition. What you can do as well is that you can go, for example, in the animation player, if the that dead animation is too quick for you, you can go here, and what you can do is you can change the length of that animation. So for example, I can put it at 1.5, and I can put my reload scene around here, I think. So let's have a look now. Boom, I'm taking the image, boom, and if I come here, boom, 1.5 and beam, then we are resetting. So that's good. So now we can also reload the current scene, and we can also see that we have our number of life that goes back to the normal stuff. So here we have again make some little progress. So now we're going to continue, and we're going to finally start to populate a bit that level, because for now it's quite sad. So that's what we're going to do in the next videos. Yeah, I just want to make a quick little correction, because I was editing the video and I've noticed one error when I was like triggering my dead state. I'm gonna show you. So this is what we are doing a little bit after this video. And so here I'm trying to lose my life. And sometimes I can have some error. This one here has been okay, but sometimes it can like give you an error, like it can crash the game and stuff like that. Voila, right now it has crashed the game. And it says cannot call method reload current scene on a null value. And this, I know where this error comes from. It's solely because we need to make a little check. For some reason in Godot 4 this has changed, and I forgot to include it at first in the course. You need to check if the tree is existing. So our tree right here, so this is the full world that I am in right now, the world 1. We need to check if the tree is existing for some reason before to reload it. So for that, we just need to do if get underscore tree, then we can call that. So voila. And so now, if we are launching the game, we're not gonna have that problem anymore. So voila, I'm coming here, I'm losing my life, boom, I'm dying, and then it reloads like this. And so this is just a little thing that I was looking to show you before that we can move on. You see right now the error doesn't exist anymore, so that's good. And so we are good to go now. Perfect. So now we can move on to the next lecture. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to make the game looks a little bit better, because it's pretty empty for now. So what we're going to do is we're going to come here to our world 1, and I'm going to collapse a little bit all of this. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create some node. So I want to bring like in the asset that we have, the pirate one, if we go to GLTF, we have a lot of things, like for example, we have some cliff like this, for example, that we can use. We have like a dog that we can use. We have like rocks. We have palm tree that we can use, all of this. And I want to use that, and I want to start to create a little level right there. I'm not gonna populate all of this, but like here we can, for example, with that level that is, my ground is what? Let's see. Let's go back to my mesh. So my mesh is right here. This is my ground. I'm going to rename it ground actually. So this is going to be a bit easier to spot. Here that ground is 200 meter by 200 meter. So here we can, for example, make 4 little levels out of this. So what I would like to do is I would like to make the beginning of a small level. We're not going to do a full level here, obviously, because it takes some time, but I'm going to show you the logic of it. So here I'm going to select my world, and what I would like to do is I would like to have one node in which I can nest all the things that I need. So for example, the cliff, the trees, the rocks, etc, etc. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first click here, click on the plus, look for a node 3D, like this. And that node 3D here, I'm going to call it environment, like that. And inside that node, I'm going to create other nodes that I'm going to use to nest the element that I want. So for example, that node here, I'm going to call it trees. Then I'm going to do Control D to duplicate it. And this time I'm going to call it rocks. Then I'm going to Control D and duplicate for duplicating it. I'm going to call it cliff. And I'm going to also do Control D and I'm going to call it house this time. And so like this, I will have a lot of stuff. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my tree, and I'm going to go back to my pirate kit right here. I am on GLTF right here, and I'm going to go down and I'm going to go to my palm tree. So I have one palm tree here, one palm tree here, one palm tree here. So I have 3 of them. So what I want to do first is I want to take them. So I'm going to click on this one, then Control, click on this one, then Control, click on this one, and I'm going to drag them into my tree. So like this, they will all be instanced at the transform 0, 0, 0. But that's not enough. You can see that we have the same problem that we had at the beginning when we were importing our player, which is that we don't have the right color. So what we can do is we can click on the atlas of each palm tree. You can see what is the atlas by saying atlas and also the .png at the end. And we can click, control click, control click. We can go to the import, and here we can check high quality on and re-import. And so like that, now we have the right color for all of those palm tree. So we can come here, and for example, that palm tree, I can click here on the move mode, and I can put it somewhere, like for example, here. That palm tree here, I can put it here, for example, and that palm tree, I can put it something like here. I can also change the scale independently, so I can click here on my palm tree and I can go here to change the scale right there. But before to do that, what I want to show you is this. Here, I haven't made it fully the proper way. What you need to do is like, you can't access this as is. You need to open them, open anyway. And now here I have access to my palm tree. That's what I was looking to show you. So you can be tempted to always put your palm tree like that, but it's better if you are clicking on open anyway. At least me, that's what I think is better. You click on all of this and you have all those palm tree here as their separate scene. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm gonna show you. So if I launch the game right now, we don't have collision shape, as you can see. And so this is problematic. So here what we can do is like when we are doing this way, we are able to access our environment palm tree. And here pay attention, we have mesh here. If I click on my node 3D scene here, I don't have that mesh, but if I click here, I have that mesh. And if I left click on that mesh, I have here the possibility to create a static body automatically matching the collision, the shape of my palm tree. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to click here on create trimesh static body. You can see at night has automatically created a static body here, and it has created a collision shape that is matching perfectly the collision of my tree. So if I go back to my scene, if I save, you can see right now this doesn't have it. So for example, I come back here, come back to that scene here. Which one was it? You can see I don't have it. So I'm gonna delete those like this. I'm gonna delete them. What is it doing? Those three here. I'm gonna delete this one, delete, and delete. Voila. And so now I'm gonna save that first palm tree. I'm gonna save it as its own scene, so save scene as, and I'm gonna put it into my my main scene folder. So I'm gonna come back here, scene, and this one I'm gonna call it environment, the folder up, and I'm gonna create another folder that I'm gonna call trees, like this. And then inside this, I'm gonna save my tree as its own scene. And so now I have my static body that is created. I can do the same for the others, so we're gonna do it. You notice that if I click on node 3D, we don't have the mesh. If I click on this one here, we have the mesh, so we can click on it and create a tree mesh static body. I can click here on save scene as, and then here I can go back to my main scene folder. I can go to my environment and trees, and here I can save my tree 2 like this. And then I can also close those, and I can come back to this one right here, and I can do the exact same thing. Click on the mesh, create tree mesh static body. It's hard for me to say that. And here I can just do scene, save scene as, and I can come here and I can save the tree free like this. Okay, now that this is done, I can come here and I can import my my actual scene. So I need to close this, and I need to go to my environment, GLTF. No, environment. No, it's not this one. It's my scene folder right here. Environment, trees, and then I can go. I can take those. I haven't seen save scene this one. Save scene as. Save it in the wrong path. Sorry. Like I need to go here on scene, levels, no, environment. Voila. Entries, and that's it. Voila, now I can save it. Okay, so now I can come back to my world, and here I can just take those three and I can put them into my tree like this, And so now I have the possibility to collide with them. You can see that right now I have like the how to say, the collider that is showing nicely. So I can come here. If I launch the game right now, you're gonna see that I'm gonna be able to collide with it like this. You can see I can't pass through it. And so one thing that we can do as well is that we can make sure that on each of them, if we are reopening the scene, I can actually also like rename this one tree_1, for example. It's going to be better. I can save it like this. This one here, I can save it tree.3 or _3 like this. And I can also go back to my main scene, and I think this is which one? Which one is this one? Tree_2 like this. It's going to be better. Voila. So now what I can do is like I can make sure that the static body is on a specific collision. So for example, right now we have the player, we have us well, we have items. Here we have the fourth one that I think was the white cube that we have created. So what I can do here is I can go to project setting. I can go to my, where is it, my layer name. So I need to go to my 3D physics, and layer 5, I can call it, for example, environment, something like this. And I can make sure that they have their own separate layer. So like this, it's better. So I can come here, and instead of putting them on 1, I can put them on 5 like this. And I can do that for like the tree one. So I'm selecting my static body, collision. I'm putting it on 5 instead of 1 on the layer 1, and I'm leaving it on 1 on the mask because I wanted to collide with the player. And here on layer on the 3 here, I can come here, layer 5, that's it. And so now on my player, I can come here and I can put my player collider, or this one here, I can put it to collide with 5 as well. So like this will be good. So now if I launch back the game, I'm going to be able to collide continuously with them too. So now we are good. So that's a good thing. So now we need to continue to make the game a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is like in environment, you can see my environment here. They are not put in tree. So I'm going to just select them. I'm going to put them here. And maybe even I'm going to delete them. Let's see something, because they are not renaming the way I want here. So like, let's see if this is making it. It is updating them. So I'm going to come here, tree up, let's see, voila, now it is better. So that's some little trick that you need to use sometime in Godot. So now what I can do is like here, I can continue to, for example, nest those things. So here I can create, like, for example, another node. I'm going to call it, sorry, it's going to be a node 3D, create. And here, this node 3D, I'm going to call it jungle_1, for example, like this. And I'm going to put them here. And so now I can take that jungle, I can copy it, and it copy all the tree that I have inside. I can move it somewhere else, and I can rotate it, for example, something like this. And so that will be cool. For example, I can put something like this, voila, and I can move, for example, my, oopla, voila, no. I think I've made a little mistake right here. That's good. So I can put this one here like that, and this one I can put it like, ooh, I think I've toggled like a little snapping option that was weird. So hold on. God damn it. So I can rotate it like this. Voila, good. I have like a little bug right now with my mouse, I think. So now I can go to my jungle. I can make sure that I can rationalize the size a little bit, something like this, something like this, something like this. And here what I can do as well is like I can change the size independently. So for example, this one I can put it at 2, for example. Here you can see that it's like making everything nice. This one here I can put it at maybe transform 1.5, and it's going to put everything at 1.5, for example. And I can make sure that my player now is, for example, here, voila. And so if I launch the game, Now I'm starting to have something that start to look a bit like a 3D game, you know, and stuff. So now I need to continue to add more elements. So that's what we're gonna do. So one element that I want to add now is I want to add cliff. So for the cliff, I need to do the exact same thing. So I need to go back to where my asset is. So on asset, I need to go to pirate, and here I need to check my my cliff. So I have this one right here. So what I can do is I can like come here and I can just do something like this. I can actually take them, take it like this. No, click, control click, control click, control click, like this. So I have 4 of them. I can put them into my cliff, voila. And then I can do control click on the atlas, control click, control click, control click, and I can go to the import and I make sure that high quality is toggle on and we import. So like that, we have the right color for cliff. So now on each of those, I can open the scene, open anyway, and I'm gonna do the exact same logic. So I'm gonna open this one, open anyway. I'm gonna go back to world 1, cliff, open anyway, and go back to world 1. And on the 4th, I'm also gonna open it. So now I'm gonna come here, the first one, I'm gonna call it cliff underscore 1. And I'm gonna click on my environment cliff, and I'm gonna click on mesh and create a trimesh static body. Now I'm gonna save this as its own scene. So Control Shift S. I'm gonna put it into my environment scene folder that I have right here, scene and then environment. So here I have scene and environment. Here I'm gonna create a new folder that I'm gonna call cliff, and I'm gonna save it right here, cliff underscore 1. So now I have it saved. I can close it. Here I can come here, unzoom, click on the cliff, mesh, create trimesh static body. This one I can just rename it cliff underscore 2, and then I can make sure that I can save it as well. So save scene as, and here I'm gonna also save it into my res scene folder, environment and cliff. And this one here I'm gonna save it as cliff, the cliff 2. That's good. So now I can close it. I can come here again. Here I'm gonna call it cliff underscore 3. Then here environment mesh trimesh static body, same thing, save scene as, and here I'm gonna go to my scene folder, environment cliff, and here I'm gonna save it as cliff 3. And then finally I can do the same here, environment cliff. So here I'm gonna rename it cliff underscore 4, and here I'm gonna clicking on mesh, create trimesh static body. So I have my stuff that is set up, and then scene, save scene as, and I'm gonna put it back into my scene folder, environment cliff, and I'm gonna save it right here. So now I can go back to my world 1. I can delete those. I don't need them anymore. Voila. And I can just come here to my cliff, select it, and I can come back to my scene folder right here. And I can come to my cliff folder right here, and I can put them, I can select them by clicking on one and then shift to click on the last one, drag into my cliff. So like this, they are on transform 0.0.0, and now I can place them where I want to. So here I have this one like that, something like this. This one I can put it, for example, here. This one here I can put it maybe like that. I'm gonna make some adjustment, but for now I'm just making things work the way I need. So let's have a look. Right now I'm moving with like clicking on my middle mouse button. So here I can come here. This one I can make it better. So this one is the cliff one. I can come here and I can come to transform, and I can potentially put it at 1.3. I think it's going to make it enough. I can rotate it a bit. This is up to you. This is where like you are starting to make your own game. This is where the fun starts. So here, if I launch the game, let's see. The collisions are on 1 and 1, so I'm going to be able to collide with it. There, voila. I'm going to toggle off on the editor the debug visible collision shape just to see how it looks like. Let's see. So that's good. So now I am like having, oopla, I need to just like cut this one here, voila. So I can collide with it. I probably can jump on it, voila, up, I can jump. That's good. I need to fix the length of the jump because it's like way too big. But here we have the beginning of something that is cool. So now what I can do is I can continue. So for example, I can close that. I can go to the rocks. And for the rocks, I need to do the exact same thing. So here I need to go to Asset, Pirate, and I need to go here to my rocks. So I have like 1, Control click 2, Control click 3, Control click. So I have 5 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can bring them here. And so now I can just like open the scene on each of them. So this one, for example, I can rename it rock_1. I can click on the mesh right here, mesh, create trimesh static body. So like this, it creates like a body for it. I'm gonna save it as its own scene. No, I've made a mistake. I need to save it, save scene as. I like to separate my my GLTF scene from the actual scene that I'm using in my game. It's better. So I need to come here, scene, environment. I'm gonna create a new folder, and of course I've closed the tab. Save scene as, going back to it. Boom, environment, create folder. I'm gonna create rocks like this, and I'm gonna save my rock 1 right here. Voila, save it. Now I'm gonna close it. So now I'm gonna also close all of this because I don't need them anymore. Like this, all of this I don't need it. Voila. So here now I can come here. I can open this one, open anyway. Here I'm gonna call it rock_2. I can come here on the environment rock, mesh, create trimesh static body, and I can come here, scene, save scene as. Going back to my scene folder, environment, rocks, and save my rocks 2 right here. This is a bit of a tedious part, but then after that we can put everything together, so that's better to do it this way. At least for me, if you have a better way, I'm always like open to new things, so that's good. So rock 3. So here environment, mesh, create trimesh static body, and then here we can save scene as, go back to my race folder, scene, environment, rocks. And then here I can put rock 3. We have 2 left to do. So we have this one here. Open anyway. Rock 4, like that. Environment, mesh, create trimesh static body. Scene, save scene as. So scene, I'm starting to be a bit lost. So voila, rock 4, and then finally rock 5. So open anyway, rock_5, and here trimesh static body, and then scene, save scene as, or Control-Shift-S, scene, environment, rocks, and rock 5. Voila, so that's good. So now I can come to my world, I can delete all of those. So like this, I keep the original main scene, delete it, and so now I can select my rocks. I can go back to my scene folder that is right here. I can go to my environment, it is right here, and I can go to my rocks right there, and I can pick all of those. So I need to do rock 1, shift, and select rock 5. I can put it here like this, and so now I have all my stuff that are up there. So now I can, for example, move one here, something like this, for example, something like that. I think this one I've moved it, yeah, voila. I need to put it right here. This one here I can put it, for example, like that. This one here I can put it here, for example. This one right there I can put something like this. Rock 4 I can put it here, and maybe a bit in the ground. I can rotate. This is up to you. Like right now you do what you want, so that's cool. And so now the good thing of working this way is that we can close the environment tab and we don't have the inspector cluttered. What I can do here is this item here, I can save it, for example, save branch as scene, and I can save it into my scene items. I can put it into, for example, a new folder right here. So I can create new folder, items like this, and I can just click on OK, and I can save it like this. So now I can delete it and I can reuse it after that if I need it. So let's have a look. So now I have my rocks, I can collide with my rocks, so that's cool. So now we start to have like something that looks cool. So now we can, for example, let's say that I want to have like a bigger background behind. I can go to my environment, I can go to my cliff, and I can do Control D. So like this, I'm gonna create a copy of the cliff that I have here. I can put them here, for example. I can not rotate them like this, but I can rotate them like this. And I can change the size of the transform here. For example, I can put something like, let's say 4. You see, something like this. And so now I can just like move them the way I want here, and I can create some different stuff. So I can, for example, access my cliff, which is this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Voilà. I want to access this one, and I want to rotate it like this, something like that, just to give it a sort of sense of like having something that is a bit different, something like this, something like this. I'm rotating it like this. I can put something like that, and I can start to create, like, for example, a path like this without to have to redo everything all the time, the trimesh, a static body or whatever, you know. So now I can come here, I can come there. I'm going to use my gamepad so I can also rotate my camera around my player and stuff, and you can see that now I can create like little path like this where I can come and I can do stuff. And so, for example, this is a bit empty, so I can come here, I can go to my tree, and I can do Control D to copy the node, and I can put, for example, something here, something like that, and it's gonna also create some little jungle here and there. So, for example, I can come here. Voila, I'm moving my my player. I can come around, and you can see here I have, for example, a little jungle. Here I have a little path, so I can pass here maybe if I need to kill someone here, and then I can pass here, and so on and so on. And this is how you can build little by little your game, and you can put all the elements that you need. So for example, there can be like something cool. Here you can have, like, for example, like a little you can maybe smash those three, for example. You can do what you want here. So you can put a chest that can maybe spawn a specific item or whatever. Like that's a good base to create a levels. So now that we have done all of that, I've shown you basically how to do this, but we can just continue to enclose a bit that level. So I can come, for example, here. I can go to my rocks. No, it's not my rocks, it's my cliff. So cliff.2. So here what I would like to do is I would like to create a sort of scene that close a bit that, so I can copy that like that, and I can rotate it, and I can put it something, for example, here. I can rotate it like this. I can get the gizmo here, and I can put something like that, for example. And maybe I can, for example, now very enclose this like that. This one I can put it here. No, this one I can put it here like this. And maybe I can, for example, copy this one. This one I can copy it, and I can put it here, something like this. And I can, for example, maybe rotate it like that. And so now I have the beginning of a level that is enclosed, and then after that I can put some other stuff, like, for example, I can put another tree. I can nest my 2 jungle here, for example, if I want to, or like I can do just that, and I can create some other stuff like this, something like this, and I can control that. I can also start to like put stuff like this. I can change the rotation, obviously, so like this it looks a little bit different. I can come here, and this one I can change maybe the transform. I can put it, for example, a 1.2, so like this it gets a bit bigger, those kind of things. And I can put something like this. Here I can not rotate it on this side, rotate it on the green one here. I can put something like this. I can put it here, for example. So that starts to be good. So now also one thing that we can do is, like, when we are launching the game, we can go to the output. So the output that is right here, the debugger, sorry, and we can go, for example, to which one is it? The visual profiler, the profiler. No, it's not this one. monitor. You can see the number of FPS here is at 60 frames per second, so we don't have like any issue in terms of like frame rate or something like this. Here we are moving a bit, we are losing a bit, but like it's temporary, so like it's just like coming here. So maybe I need to change a bit the rotation of the camera and stuff, so maybe I can put it like this. So I'm probably gonna change the rotation of the camera. So project setting, I'm gonna go to my input map and camera rotation left, I'm gonna change it. Actually, I'm gonna put it to my maybe left one, like this. And then my camera rotation right, I'm gonna delete it and I'm gonna put it to the right, like this. Let's see. Now maybe it works better. Voila, so now it works maybe better, up, so that's cool. Okay, so now we have like a little game that works well. So now we can continue and we can add some stuff that we can collect. So we can make our game more fun to play. So that's what we're gonna do now. So right now what I would like to do is I would like to add collectibles. So we're gonna start with like gems. So I'm gonna show you where they are. So like you go back to the asset, you go back to our pirate stuff, you go back to GLTF right here, and you scroll down until you see UI gem, and I think I'm gonna use the gem blue. The one thing that I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna collapse all of this. I don't need them, so all of this I can collapse all of that. The trees. I can collapse all of this, and I can put, for example, in the environment, I can close the environment actually, and I can create world one. Click on plus, and here I'm gonna add a new node 3D. And that node 3D, I'm gonna call it, for example, gems. And so I will store all my gems right there in the levels, because you can see that the level is going to be quite big, so we can have maybe like some gems here and there. So here I'm going to put that gem here, and I'm going to drag that gem into my gem node 3D. And so I'm just going to make sure that so I need to scroll first, which is right here. I have my gem that is right here. So now I'm going to click on my gem blue atlas, and I'm going to fix the problem of the high quality not been turned on, and here I have my gem that is like this. Okay, so actually it's look blue more than anything, so I don't know why is that, but so anyway, we're gonna keep it like this. So now I'm gonna click on open anyway, and here I'm gonna just get my blue gem here, and what I would like to do is I would like to create an area 3D that makes it collectible. So here I'm gonna click on my UI gem blue, click on the plus, look for an area 3D, click on create, and I'm gonna call it hitbox, like this, and I'm gonna attach a collision shape to it, collision shape, and that collision shape gonna be a sphere. It's gonna be good like this. The hitbox gonna collide with my player hitbox, so I need to go back to my world one, I need to go back to my player scene, and so I have what, my hitbox right here. So my hitbox, I think I can collide with my player as well, so it's on 1 and 5. So I need to put my gem blue here. I need to create on the hitbox, I need to create a new collision layer to make it clearer. So I'm gonna put it on layer 6. I'm gonna go to project setting. I'm gonna go to my general 3D physics, so layer name here, 3D physics. Normally you arrive here and you go scroll down, layer name, 3D physics, and here I'm gonna put it gems. I'm gonna call it gems, something like this. So now I have that. I can go back to my player. I can make sure that my player can also collide with the gem that are right here now. So now I have that done, and I just need to create a script on my gem here. So I need to click on the node here, and I need to click on the script icon. I'm gonna put that into my script folder, and I'm gonna create in the item script, or I'm gonna create a new folder that I'm gonna call collectible, actually, something like this, collectibles, and I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it here, so I'm gonna call it gems, something like that. So now I can click on create, and here I just need to pass the signal of a node entering. So here is gonna be the body. This time I'm gonna put body enter, and I'm gonna put it here, and I'm gonna make it I'm gonna connect it on the script of my gem. So I'm gonna save it here, And here what I want to do is I want to check if the body of my player is entering into that area. But before to do that, what we can do is we can create a group to my player. So for that, when you click on the player, you're on Inspector, you go to Node, and you go to Group. And here I'm going to create a group that I'm going to call Player. I'm going to add it. And so now I have a group here, and I can go to my gem blue. And here I can say if body.isIn_group. And here between parentheses and quote, I can put player with the exact same spelling than my player here, this one right here. Then what I can do is I can just say Q3. If I was having an animation here to be having the gem collected, I will put it here, but for now I don't have one. So I'm just gonna do that. So right now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna test if it works. So I'm gonna go back to my world one. And I'm gonna grab my gem and I'm gonna put it, where is it? Here. I'm gonna put it in front of my player, something like this, voila. And I'm gonna put, no, I'm gonna put it like this, like that. And I'm gonna make it slightly smaller. So I'm gonna go as well on my gem here, and I'm gonna change a bit the gem mesh. So I can do that like this. I can come here, untick that, and I can make it more like this. Voila, it looks a bit better this way. So in my opinion. So here I can come here. And I haven't saved my gems. Obviously, that's normal that it doesn't reply. So it doesn't replicate to my scene. So I need to come here to my gem blue, save scene as, and here I need to go back to my rest folder, scene, and I'm gonna create a new folder that I'm gonna call collectibles, and I'm gonna save my gem here. I'm gonna call it gem_1. Save. So that's cool. So now I can go back to my world one. I can delete this scene. I don't need it anymore. And then I can come here and I can attach my actual gem1 scene. Voila. Now I have it. I can put it here, and put it here. So now let's have a look. I have my scene. I'm launching it. If I come here, can I collect it? Yes, I can collect it. So now what we need to do is we need to display that into the GUI. So like this, it's better. So I can go back to my GUI here, I can open it. And here what I can do is I can also load my, I can like put, for example, here I'm gonna put a label. So I'm gonna look here for a label, something like this. And I'm gonna put, for example, gem, something like that. And I'm gonna put it right here. I'm gonna change the theme override, not the font. I can change the font, but I'm more so gonna change the font size. I'm gonna put it a bit bigger, something like this. I'm showing you that with a label because I haven't shown you yet how to create labels in Godot, so I think it's a good thing to show you. So here now I'm gonna call it gem, and then here I'm gonna create a new label. That's going to be for the gem number. So here I'm going to call it gem_amount. And here I'm going to put it around here, something like this. And I'm going to match a bit the size. So I've put it at 20. I'm going to put it at 28. And so here I'm going to go to theme override, font size. And here I'm going to put 28 as well. Something like this. So now what I need to do is here on my GUI, I need to make a reference to this. So for example, on my process delta, I need to check my gem amount. So for that, I need to convert my integer into a string. So here first I need to make a reference to my gem amount. So here I need to do $gem_amount. And here I need to get the property text that is right here. So if I overhit, you can see property.text. So here for accessing that, I can put .text like this, and then I can set it to be equal to var_to_str. And then here I can connect to my elf manager, for example, because I can put that into my elf manager. Or I can create like, for example, let's say like I'm gonna create a static variable and I'm gonna call it gems, for example. Here I can put it at 0. Then here I can connect that to my actual GUI. So for example, I can say elf manager dot, what was the name, how I've named it? Gem, elf manager, gem, okay. So I can save it, I can go back to my GUI, and here I can put gem, okay? So let's have a look. So normally, now if I launch the game, it should display 0. Gem 0, right. So now, if I'm collecting this, what I can do is I can go back to my gem things, and where I am checking when my gem is entering in contact with my player, what I can do here is I can do elf manager, for example, dot gem, and I can say plus equal 1. For now, we are doing it this way. So now it's gonna work. Let's have a look. Boom, 1. And so if I collect more, I'm gonna have more. The thing is, like, putting the gem into the elf manager is not automatically the best thing to do. So here what I can do is I can create another script. So I'm gonna go to File, New Script, and this one I'm gonna call it data_manager. I'm gonna save it into my script folder, and here I'm gonna put it, for example, in a new folder that I'm gonna call data. And I can save my data manager here. So I can come here, data manager, create. I can give it a name, class name, data manager, or I can just call it data like this. And then what I can do is here I can create the same variable that I've created, gem, set it to be equal to 0. And then I can go back to my elf manager, delete this one, and then save it. And then I can go back to my gem here, and instead of elf manager here, I can put data, something like this. Voila. And so now I just need to go back to my GUI script, and instead of elf manager here, I just need to put data. And now everything is more tidy, more logical, and we don't have like everything that is like into one specific folder, specific script, and we can still continue to collect our coin. So now what we can do is we can create a little animation for our gem, because we don't have some. So for that, what I can do is, like, because now it's its own scene, I can come here, click on plus, and I can create an animation player. And here, that animation player, I'm going to rename it anim. And inside I can create, for example, idle animation. And I can also click here on animation, click on new, and I can call, for example, another animation that is collected. And so I'm gonna go first to my idle. And what I want to do here is I want to access globally my UI gem blue things here. But in Godot, it's better to have your mesh in 3D that are not rotated automatically on their own. It's better to have a node for that, and you rotate that node. So here we need a bit to change the structure. So what we can do is we can do something like this. We can do plus. We can take a node 3D like this, create, and I can call this one gem, and then I can put my gem inside it like that. And so now I can just put that back up like that. And so now I can rotate this, and I will rotate the gem. So now that this is done, what I can do is I can come here on my anim, on idle, I can go at 0, toggle the snap, and I can, for example, make a sort of over up and down, and then a little turn automatically. So here I can go to gem, transform, and I can first get my position like this. I can click on the keyframe, it's gonna create a track. I don't need to create a reset track, so I can do that. And I can do the same for the rotation. I can come here, click on that, and also create. And so now what I can do is, like here, for example, at 5, I can take that down, something like this, not something drastic, just something like this. I can key it up like that, and then I can come back here and I can put it at 0, something like that, and I can key it. And so, for example, now if I put it on loop, you see, up, it makes that. And what I can do is, because the rotation here is at 0, here I can put another rotation at, let's say, 180, something like this, and I can key it. And so now let's see. See? So now that's cool. So now we have something. So here what I can do is, like, I can put 360, and I can put it like that, for example. And so now let's have a look. Voila. So now we have our gem that is like turning. So what we can do is we can also make it a bit like this. So it stops. Whoop. And so here, what I can do is like, I can, for example, make it turn like this, boom, it arrives here. Then here, I can create another point where my gem is, for example, at 0, something like this. So let's have a look. Let's see how it looks like. Boom. But yeah, of course, I haven't keyframed that. So up, I need to put it at 0, and I need to key it. Voila. So let's see. So what I can do is this. I can put it here, and I can just toggle off the snap, and I can leave it just right there. So let's have a look. Boom. Or I can delete it. This was like a test, but like, let's say I'm gonna delete it, and I'm gonna put it something like this. I'm gonna put it at .1 here. So like this is gonna be better. Let's see. Yeah, it works better. So now what I can do is I can put that on auto load, so it's gonna automatically play when the game gonna be launched. So for example, if right now I am launching the game, you're gonna see I come here and you can see that it over and that it turns and stuff like that. So now what I can do is I can copy that idle animation. I can come here to edit, copy track. I can copy this and this, copy, and I can go to my collected, and I can come here and I can do on edit past track, and it's gonna copy the exact same thing. But this time what I can do is I can also access the scale of my animation. So for that, first on idle, I need to come back to my idle animation, and I need to make sure that I'm saving my actual scale on 1 and 1 here. So like this, I'm sure that this is scaled normally. And then here on collected, for example, I can save it at 1 at the beginning, and then here, for example, I can put it at, let's say, at the end. I think on 1, I can put it at 3, for example, something like this. So up, I'm gonna go back here, the scale is there. So it hasn't keyed. It hasn't keyed, okay. So I need to go here, and I need to make sure that on 1 here, the scale is changed at 3, something like this, and I key it. So now let's have a look. Boom, voila. And so then maybe what I can do here is that, well, I can leave it like this. I'm not going to put it transparent, but that's something that you can do. I'm going to leave it like that. Now what I'm going to do is just in the script, I want to toggle the right animation. So here, if the body is in group, data gem plus equal 1, then I want to play my anim. So here I need to do $anim.play, and here I need to put collected, like this. I think it's collected with a capital C, and I need to re-indent it the nice way, like that. And then what I need to do is I need to force the animation to be played before it's Q3. So here I need to do $await $anim.animation finished. Voila. And then it can Q3. So let's have a look. Let's see if it works. So I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna collect it. Boom. Voila. So that's good. So it has collected. So now one thing that we also need to be sure to do is that we need to deactivate the hitbox. And so this we can do it in the animation player, but it's going to be cumbersome. So what I can do here is like when the player has entered, after we have added it to our plus equal 1, what we can do is we can access our hitbox here. So for that, I need to put $hitbox.collision shape dot I think it is disable, yeah, disable. So disable here, and I need to put it to equal to true. So like this, we are disabling our gem, and we are not able to collect it back yet again. And also one thing that I've noticed is that I can just put my animation collected way more fast, because right now it is quite it's quite boring. So I can do something like this, I can put that like that, and so I can do something like this. I can put it at, like, for example, .5. Let's see if it works better. Voila, this works better. Okay, so now let's have a look. Let's launch the game. I come here, I see my gem, and I can collect it. Perfect. So now we have like the basic of a little game that works well. So now before to, I think, close this video, I want to talk to you about procedurally generated sky, which is gonna help us to actually like create some skies without using automatically skybox. So that's what we're gonna see in the next video. So now before to wrap up this first long form video, what I want to show you is how you can create procedurally generated sky in Godot. You don't need to code anything. There's already like tools in Godot that allows you to do that. So we need to go back in our world one. No, I'm gonna clear that. I'm gonna go back to my 3D scene. And here we have that node world environment that we have created at the beginning. We can here click on environment, and here we can create on sky, and here we can create on sky right here. And we can come here on procedurally, like procedural sky material, and we can go on sky right there. And here we can go to cover, click on cover here, and we can put a new noise texture. So now it creates like a sort of like very pinkish sky, and you can come here to, where is it? I think sun. You can adjust the curvature, the curve texture here. You can do something like this for adjusting the sun. And here you can, on the sky, you can create, for example, if you click on noise texture here, you can come here on color ramp, and you can create a new gradient that's gonna help you to like select the color that you want and the way it grades. And another thing that you can do as well, where it is here on noise. You can click here on noise and click on new fast noise light, and you can see that now it creates a sort of realistic sky that you can modify. But here you can see that we have a sim that is just right there, and you have a setting just right here on your cover noise texture. If you don't see it, you just need to click on your cover noise texture. Come here, and here you have that seamless button here, and if you click on this, it's gonna make this disappear. So you can come here and it make it disappear. So now what you can do is here you can adjust the curve of the color right here. You need to go back to the sky. Here you can change the color of the sky. For example, you can put something more like this, and you can see that it gives like a sort of texture that is quite nice. You can also come to the fast noise light, and here you can change the frequency of your noise light. You can increase it, for example, for having a sort of sky like this, you see, or you can have like a different type of sky like that, and you can also change that through code as well. So this I will not cover it right now because I don't know anything yet about this. It's something that I'm experimenting at the moment with, but you can make some interpolation to create a sort of like how to say, like floating cloud effect, and so that's something that is quite cool. So globally there's not much more thing to see here. You can, on the color ramp, you can, for example, modify the color ramp as you want it. So you can see that the more I'm sliding that that black slider here, it decreases the amount of cloud that I have, for example, but like that's basically the logic of this. You have other settings, but those one I don't know them yet. I'm learning still myself 3D, so I'm just gonna put that around here. And so now if we launch the game, we have a different environment, as you can see. So that's quite cool. So here I'm gonna come back here, and so we can also, for example, create like a ground. We can change the nature of the ground, the color, for example. We can put something else. So for example, maybe I can match the color of my ground. So my ground was, what was the albedo? I can come here. I can come on the material. My albedo here was this value here, so I can copy it like this, and I can come to my world environment, for example, and I can put my sky here. I can come procedural sky. I can come here to ground, and here I can pass that value instead of this one. So I can put here, up, past, and so now I can put it like this. So you can do something that can help to like make the game a little bit better. You also can see that we have like the color is affected at the moment. This is something that I haven't investigated that much at the moment, but I will in a follow-up video investigate a bit more why it does that. So that's that, but like maybe it's related to the fact that so I need to click back on my sky. No, it's not like this, it's not this one. So I don't fully know why the color is that much impacted. Maybe the directional light, there is a setting that I don't know. If you know that, please share it in the comment, because like me, I'm always keen to learn. So there's no problem. And I will make like some other video about that. But basically, this is the logic of like having a basic procedural generated sky, and so you can see that when you go around, but it gives like a bit more realistic type of things. So that's very cool. So now we have done all of this, we are globally done with this video, and I will make like a little follow-up later on, but right now I'm just gonna wrap up to talk about what we can add in potential in other potential video. So see you right now. Just before to close the course, what I want to show you is one thing. So when I am launching the game, the jump is way too big. So here we can modify that by going into our player. And if we go here to the inspector, we have our jump force. Problems. In our code, we have in the jump section of the course of the code, we have here if velocity.y is greater than 5.0, then we are triggering the falling state. But if we are, for example, just lowering our jump force to like, let's say 4, it's gonna have an impact into the jump. See, we don't have the animation anymore that display. This is normal, is because we have no, we are going under that. So for example, here I can put something like this. Let's have a look. See, now it works. So this is something that I forgot to precise you. It's like when you are making a change in the jump force, you need to make sure that the jump force is always like a little bit higher than the number that you have right here. So for example, if I keep 5.0, then here I need to put, for example, 6. I need to put 6, voilà, 6, like that. And so then it will work, so it will work fine. And so now we can, for example, collect our gem, we can go around, and we can continue to, for example, run, and those kind of things. So that's good. So I was just looking to show you that. There's also another issue that for now I don't know much how to do. This is completely on my part because I haven't investigated that. Like it's just like it tints a bit the color. I don't know the procedurally generated sky. It's just that the procedurally generated sky is tinting a bit the color, and I tried to make some little adjustment here in the directional light. We have something called sky mode, and here we have light and sky, light only, sky only. I think the answer is probably in that, but for now I just don't really know how it is working, so like I can't give you a full answer, but I will come back to that when I will know it, obviously. But other than that, now we can go to like our we can wrap up the video, and I can talk a bit about what you can continue to learn and how in the next ones. So now this video is finished. So now what you need to do? But you need to continue to expand. You can create enemy. I was supposed to create enemy at first, but the thing is, like, my code was working fine, but the animation was having some weird behavior. So like I was like, okay, I'm not gonna do that in that video. So the enemy part, I'm gonna probably do it in a future other long form video that's gonna be a follow-up of this one. But then apart that, what you can do following from this video, if you have arrived up to here, you can add sound, you can add inventory, quest, enemies, and those kind of things. You can add a title screen if you want to. But basically right now you have like a good vision of how things work in 3D using Godot 4.2. Some stuff gonna change in Godot 4.3, so I will make like I will remake probably like my my course. I will make another video, so if you see that in the future, take a look at my channel, because probably there is something there that you can appreciate. And if you want to support me, but you can just go and check my course on Udemy, notably my procedurally generated roguelike course. I will put a link in the description with a discount. Me now, I want to thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. I'm tired.